All right, let's get to it. Did she just? That was so weird. Neville just came in here. My dog. I thought it was a cat. It's Neville coming in here. All right. Anywho. Let's get to the morning alerts there, ye. All right, not a lot going on in the small cap sector today. Really, the slowdown has really taken shape, and you can see here overall. We have a couple of new tickers to look at today. WALD, WAL, GCTK, KNRX, SAGT. Those are your new runners. Nothing really with the mob, so to speak. AKN is up again. ACON had a huge run out of nowhere yesterday. Like we've been saying, watch for that to happen, and sure enough, here comes ACON again out of nowhere doing that. I think that's going to be on high watch again today, in my opinion. Is what we're looking at here in pre-market. We won't be looking at later today, and if we are, it's slow and steady and not a lot to look at, and randomly some big mover could move. Yeah. CHSN all the way back down to 3 cents. God bless. All right, what's the top gainer? As always, just go from the top on down. SAG-T and then RDAC is number 2. Good God. Yeah, big. Okay, those aren't. Don't even look at those. KALD. Yeah, that's just like a price split or something. Yeah, acquiring it for 27 a share, so that's not going anywhere. I don't know how that has volume today. Who's trading that? I don't know. It's weird. All right, well, yeah, then it's GCTK, and then who? Yeah, there's just not a lot out there at all. EIO. Okay. Over to SAG-T, that's your top gainer as of right now, and it is trying to pop here possibly to new high of day. It's a decent, slow and steady slow staircase mover. On the way up, we're trying to hit high of day right here at 285, 290 area. Really strong resistance comes in all through the 2s into 3. We haven't been over this since last year, almost a year ago in May. We had one brief moment in March where we spiked over 3 and came right back down. So essentially, we haven't been over 3 and held it in months, almost a full year. So over 3, watch for that upper shadow nastiness at 330. Over 330, I see 350 resistance, and over that, then we run to right around 385. Over 385, we run to around 420, 430. I doubt that's all she'd have into her today, too. SAG-T does have a lower float, but again, we have not seen continuation from pre-market onward. On the way down, support comes in at 255 area. So it actually ended up being a good bounce play there at the 255, 260 mark where we bounced earlier in the day. Under that, then we come down to right around 230 to 235, and the low stare is right around 2 to 205. All right. What is it? Number 2, RDAC. Yeehaw, and it's ugly. RDAC is your number 2 top gainer on the day with no real past chart history. This is one of those plays that I would keep on high watch today out of nowhere to spike. When I see these type of charts on RDAC, where you go back to last year and there's like no movement, and then all of a sudden November through January, just a bunch of random spikes. This play has that, but when I see that on the daily chart, I remember this from other tickers. When they're in the bottom right-hand corner, has the chance to go. 7 is going to be key. So pre-market high there is at 880. So back over, or I should say really maintaining the 7 area is going to be key. And over 7, if we can hold it, 750 resistance. And then very strong at 855 into 880 area for RDAC. Now if we get over that RDAC, watch for a pop-up to 9. We'll call it 935, 940 area, and then it's going to 10. Over 10, that's where, to me, this play could really get going and then see gangbuster moves up to right around 1150 into 12. Over that, we'll have resistance into 13, 1350. And then over that, we run to 1475, close to 15. And then over that, then you're really going to start moving crazy and maybe pull a play like AKN and start moving even more nuts. So this will definitely be on watch just because it has a weird chart, weird volume, and these plays love to squeeze. Put that over on the Discord about old RDAC. All right, next top gainer to worry about today is WALD, Wald. On the way up yesterday, we went and now back down today. On the way down today, major support is going to be that 1. If we crack 1, not good for Wald. Watch for the move back on down to around 85 cents and then down to around 80 cents after that. On the way up so far, we have 105 resistance. Gets real strong at 115 into 120. Then we get really strong again right around 125 to 133 area. And then over that you have after hours high of 145. And we know these type of plays like to run in 15-cent increments. Over that 145 and after hours high, watch for a spike up. Another 15-cent increment area right to around 160 area. Over 160, we pop up to right around 175. And then over that, we run around 185 into 9 or 190. And then we have 2 resistance. So most likely going to be a slow and steady eddy play. Wald's float is bigger as well. So RDAC and SAGT have lower floats. Wald is one of your more slower plays. Other random plays that are up with no or weird volume and just I know they're on the board, but just keep them on watch. KALV had like an acquisition of 20 or a price spot for 20. Anyway, that's up but sitting sideways. Beg is gapped up this morning. SIMO is up this morning. So just some stocks that are well above now, really kind of out of a lot of people's price range when it comes to small caps. Have gapped up, but just really not a lot of chart there. Continuing our way down the board also as well on watch this morning is going to be GCTK. We've seen GCTK pop in the past. It's got a lower float. KNRX is also on watch today, but the upper and lower VWAP band have caught these plays, and so they're moving out, consolidating out to the right. GCTK, main support back down below is at 90 cents and 85 cents. Right now, we've built it up at 1. On the way up, we have 115 and 125 resistance for GCTK. Over 125, this may get an actual 25 cent pop to about the 150 to 160 area. Over that, we have 175 to 180 resistance for GCTK. And over on KNRX, support down lows at 145. Resistance up top. The downtrend, first off, we break that in the VWAP at right around 160. Watch for a pop to 170 to 175. Then over that, up at 2. And lastly, here we go. SAG-T is trying to take the mob here into the opening bell for our new tickers we're looking at today. Again, slow and steady. Even though the float is low on SAG-T, it's moving like a float of around 30 to 40, 50 mil versus the 3 to 4 mil. But again, definitely will be on watch as it hit just new high of day. Let's go rewind the tape back to yesterday in AKAN out of nowhere. Had that multi-day move up from last Wednesday, if you do remember, when it went from $4 area all the way up to 12. Then the next morning hit up to the 18 mark. Then we just consolidated out to the right for the last few days and finally having that squeeze up and pushing through all those areas. Today we are in a downtrend. Beautiful downtrend created this morning. My downtrend line's right around the VWAP. Watch for that move back through right around 2150, 2165 area for the move up to 2250 to 2270. And then over that we hit 2350 to 2370. Pre-market high. Over that, even going back to yesterday, that's where this play could really take off and have a pop up to 25 to 26. Over that strong resistance at 27. And then, we had that topping tail yesterday, of course, 28.75 into 29. It may do what it did last week, where it consolidates now. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday consolidation zone, and then maybe either Friday or Monday, Tuesday of next week, we have round 3, and this goes up through to 50. On the way down today, major support built in off of yesterday's after hours high. Pre-market major bounce off of it, which is right around 1940. Under 1940, watch for a pullback down to around 1725. And then under that down to right around 16. If it cracks 16, she's heading right back down to where the breakout came from yesterday in around 13. How you guys doing out there, Cosmic Rays, Ingrid, Daza? It's slow, we know. Look at CHSN from Friday, though, guys. Check this play out. Woo! Woo! Wow. It reminds me of another one I shorted, WNW. No, it wasn't WNW. What was the other one I shorted that came all the way back down? Oh, it was this one. They reverse split it. It was this one. So right now, this is at 3 cents, 2 cents. So here's another play that they just reverse split right here. Yeah, look, April 1st. So right after this nasty dump down on April 1st, W&W did a reverse split. SMX has done a reverse. Oh my gosh, all these reverse splits recently. ELPW is another one that did a move like this and then did a reverse split right afterward. Wow, W&W. If y'all remember, I got in on this one and held it into the next day and held it into the next day and then held it however long I held this. That is nuts. That is awesome. What a dump. What a dump. What a dumperooski. What a dumperoony. Good time to buy 30,000 shares. Yeah, right? Like, what is going on over here? That is nuts. All right, so let's go to the 1515 here. Go over to SPY. Oh, earnings. Let me make sure I hit those up today. We have Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. That's right. We have Amazon. We have Google. We have Meta, Microsoft. Crazy to see that is 15.15. I mean, that's like, gosh, dang, that's like so much range now. Apple, AMD, on B, because it has been moving up to all-time highs. B, and it had earnings the other day. B, Meta, Microsoft, because we have earnings. I'm skipping my, we'll go to NVDA, but I'll probably skip it. Skipping PLTR, Qs, and then Tesla. All right, let's get to it. All right, big day across the board here. We do have a lot of earnings in FOMC today. So we have Amazon, Google with the L, Meta, Microsoft today alone. That is the most I've ever seen in one day ever. That is huge movement today and money being moved around. FOMC today. Huge day here overall in the large cap sector. I'll make sure to give levels on the earnings we have today and after hours coming up on the tickers I mentioned. Won't do a couple of tickers today, but boy, oh, today will be fun, especially this afternoon on the TTP live stream for earnings. Come join us there. I'll have my live stream up as well for those that can join. All right, let's get over to the SPY, and I'll try to factor in 5 mega cap freaking Mag 7 tickers that have an overall... four, whatever it is. Market cap is 4. What's this, trillion, right? Or whatever it is. 4, 3. So we're at 4 and 4, 2 apiece. So we're at essentially 9. Add 3 more in, we're at 12. 2 more in from our 2.8. So almost 3 more from Amazon. We're at 15. 1.7 from Meta. We're talking 17, 18. You know, that alone, some 16 to 18 from Trill from those. It's nuts. So SPY levels for the day with out earnings right before and with we have FOMC today too as well. I say we stay pretty tight until this afternoon. So that low we created in pre-market 710.90 or 710.80 is going to be key. If we crack 710.80, watch for a move to yesterday's low. I called it on the dot. Normal low of day was pre-market low and I killed it. 709.50, that's normal low of day today. Ultimate low, and that's before FOMC and all the earnings. Now after the earnings and FOMC, this play could go all the way back down to 702.50. Okay, just letting you know, it could do that. I would say 707 would be my ultimate low of day in market, but then we have earnings, so I would go 709.50, 708, 707, and then under 707, this play could crack all the way down to 705, and then down to 702.50. On the way up today, normal high of day is actually going to be after hours high and pre-market high at 713.50. Over 713.50, watch for a move up to the high from last Friday of 714.50. Over that, we go to 715.30 and possibly could find our way all the way back up to 716.85 in the high and after hours on Monday. Apple, again, same thing as yesterday overall with the levels at 265 bottom, 274 to 75 tops. Still in play here. You can see how yesterday was honestly a pretty ugly day and hard to day trade. It's still in that same boat. Lulu says, it's window time, bitches. All right, over to AMD. Do like this play on the uptrend up. It's not as much beautifulness yesterday, but I still like this as one of my favorite movers. Over 230 or 332.50. Watch for a move up to 337.50 for your normal high of day. Over 337.50. Watch for a move all the way up to right around 342 to 342.50. Ultimate highs there. Support built in down low. Right around 323.50. Pre-market low area. If we crack that, which will be my normal low of day, watch for a move down to 318 to around 316.50. Ultimate lows there. All right, to our first baby of the day in earnings, Amazon on the way down today. Yesterday's bounce play came through last Thursday's high, which is a little surprising to me, but it did go through it. But in a way, you could say it tried to bounce off of it and it hold. So last Thursday's high is where we're at now, 58.75. If we crack it, we're going down to that 58 mark in yesterday's low. It seems like we're a magnet for that. Normal low there, ultimate low of day in market, 56.50 pre-market lows yesterday. Ultimate low of day with earnings on Amazon. Oh, it sold off Yeah, last time. Margo, lay down. Last time was 24, 25. Okay, that was about a 25-point move last time. Yeah, okay, so our earnings on Amazon. The key make or break here, I say minimum we go down to 245, and I think 250 is the gatekeeper. Somewhere right around that or 248.75 roll. Once we get through that, she's going straight through to minimum to 245. I know that's really close, but I say we minimum on the downside get to 245. If we do crack 245, in my opinion, watch for a move down to around 230 to around 225. On the way up, minimal. Of course, we'll do in-market levels first. On the way up today, I would say 260 resistance. Then over that, strong comes in right around 261 area, 260.70 to 261. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 61. Watch for a pop up to 62 and over 62 to 62.50. 62.50 ultimate high of day. With earnings, this play minimal is going to hit high, all-time high, at least as far as in pre-market. In markets, last Friday's high right around 64.50. Pre-market 67.30 on Monday. I think 67.30 is a lot. Ultimately could find its way all the way up to 280 area. 275 to 280. ARM, I think, still is another good play we want to keep our eye on. It's very similar to AMD yesterday, and it's getting similar chart action as well. So keep an eye on that and see if they start running very similar. You'll see that in times when this happens. Over 206.50 pre-market high. Watch for moving to last Thursday's high right around 210. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day for ARM, which is also the low from Monday. Ultimate high of day moves it back up to right around 213. On the way down today, I would say we're trying to hold 201.65 is the support we're on now. Under 201.65, watch for a move down to pre-market low right at 200. Watch for a crack of that and a move down to 197. Under 197, we clip down to yesterday's low right around 195. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows goes down to last Thursday's low right around 192. Have to go back and check out Ant B hitting all-time highs this morning. B is rocking and rolling after earnings yesterday. Pre-market high, or after hours high, we just bounced off of it in pre-market, which is right around 264. 264 strong support. That'd be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to pre-market low and another base of resistance in after hours, right around 255. On the way up, we're going to have some support now built in off old resistance at 273 to 273.50. On the way up, here we go now for resistance. Well, we're rolling to all-time high. So 85 is on lock. 285 is on lock. Over 285, watch for move up today to 287.50 to 288.75. I'm going to go there for normal high of day. Ultimate high of day runs up, and this thing has barn burner wheels up through 290. Where does it stop at? Well, I will let it go and just understand that 292.50, 293.50, 295, right? Those areas may come into play, but know that 285 seems like a lot at this point, and then we are going to run up a little higher, close to 290. Man, Ant B rolling. Ant B rolling right now. All right, let's keep going through these. Got to go to GOOG here. I guess I forgot to put in GOOG this morning. I don't know how. Here comes 285. Here comes 285 for Ant B. Ant B is rolling. Since it's really slow in the small cap sector, I'm putting B over here at least for the start today on watch. So B is burning right now. Whew, 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 whew. All right, I always do GOOG without the L, but take it into a grain of salt that they pretty much run hand in hand in the same levels for the most part. On the way down today for GOOG, we have support built in. Really trying to hold in strong right in the 45s. As you can see, if we crack that, we're heading down to yesterday's low in 44.30. I think that's a lock in my opinion for normal low of day. Although, do we hold and that becomes the base and the bottom into last Friday's high of 43.70. So I'm going to go 44.20, 43.70 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, big sell-off, comes all the way back on down to the low from Monday of 340.80 area. Maybe a tad lower. In market. Now, with earnings. This play last time around, let's go back, just do a little quick math here on the earnings side of things. Earnings, okay, we didn't move too much, really. Don't move too big. We don't move too big. That one here was a decent one, 70 up to, okay, so that was a 30-point move. All right, so I'm going to base it in there off of that. We'll do that. All right, cool. Let's zoom out here. All right, normal. Easily. I say normal. I'll go up in a minute. I'll go down to start off with, right? Because I'm seeing high, and high looks sexy. Down low, I think we, in my opinion, we minimal get down to right around the 330s. I think if we crack 330, that's the gatekeeper for continuation down, and we head all the way down to 315, 320 area. On the way up, could even see maybe a tad lower. On the way up, let's go up today now. Now we know the gatekeeper down below 330, 335 is going to be key. If we crack it, we head straight down another 15, 20 points. On the way up today, really choppier chart here on the way up. Nothing in my opinion gets clear-cut resistance until you move to the top, which is right around 349.80 area to 350. And that's where I feel this play is going to soak into for your normal high of day. 350 area. Ultimate high of day, even in market, watch for this to surge to 350, 250. Maybe insiders are coming in, this is prepping in for the earnings. With then my point being, I think we minimum over that like I said, 350, 250s on ultimate high of day. I think we run to 360 minimum with earnings, really 365 in my opinion. This thing could easily see 375 close to 380. Very similar numbers to Amazon, just 100 points up. All right, over to Meta now. Again, day chart, not that pretty. I wouldn't day trade Meta, so I'm going to give you earnings levels. Earnings on Meta, I think this could be the big barn burner of the day. I mean, like big time barn burner. Last time we were crazy all over the place. I did this earnings. We were down to 640, 635 out of the gate and shot straight up to 740. 100-point mover. Earnings back last October. Huge 100-point mover. This is the one I have on watch today to be a banger-ranger. I think on the way up, minimal, and the gatekeeper to me is going to be right over the 680, 683 mark. If we get over that, we're flying straight to 691, 692. Through that, then you know you're gold for the move up through 700. And I think minimum today we hit 700 to 710. Ultimately could find a way, just like last time, all the way back up to 745, 750. On the way down, the gatekeeper is 650, 653. If we crack that, she's heading straight down like last time to somewhere right around the 635 mark, 635 to 630. Minimum there. Ultimately, if we continue, could find our way all the way back down to 600, maybe even 580. Watch out. Completely watch out. All right. There's so many to do here. Sorry, Lily. Over to Microsoft, same thing. Ugly day trade, really has tops and bottoms. So the bottom would be 410 area. Tops is right around, we're close to it. So watch this over 430 today. Over 430, which would be my normal high of day, ultimately runs up to 434 last Wednesday's high. Now with earnings, this play, going back in time, let's take a little gander here. And how far do we move on earnings? Pretty decent, actually. Back in October, not so much, but in January, yes. So I'll say gatekeeper on the way up is over 434, right? That 434 mark. If we get through that, minimal in my opinion, this play runs up probably somewhere right around the 450 mark. Could ultimately find its way back up to 465 to 470. On the way down, gatekeeper is going to be right around that 410 mark. We crack under 410. The lows from last week. Watch for a move minimal down. It's going to go down to 400 minimal if we get through 410. I think it finds its way back down to around 390. If not, all the way down to the 370 area. NVDA is getting super tight up top here. I would say watch us over 214.50 for the breakout over yesterday's high. We'll run straight to 216 to 216.20. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, watch for move back up to 217.65. And maybe with earnings and maybe we get some locomotion movement, this could even hit all the way up to, I'll go 17.65 normal high or ultimate high of day. Could see, though, that 219 in Monday's after hours high. Down below, we have major support built in right around 212.50 down to around 212.20. I'm going to say we stay locked up in their normal low of day there. Ultimate low then comes down to the high, true high from last Friday, which is 211. Then we soak down to 210. Ultimately landed on the lows from yesterday right around 208.75 to 208.50. Over to the Qs, here we go, yippity-doo-dah-day. On the way up today, 60, 70 to 61 is strong resistance. I'll say we stay locked up there. Normal high of day of 661. Ultimate high of day, watch for a move back up to 662.50. Ultimately landed on 664. In market, ultimate high with earnings, FOMC, easily good, good positive movement today. We hit that after hours high, Sunday's high, which is at 666. This could even see 668.75. On the way down today, I think we're a lock if we have a bad movement down to yesterday's low. But first, the major support's going to come in right around 656.50 down to around 656.40. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day heads down to yesterday's low in 654. With earnings and FOMC, this play could see all the way back down to 650, maybe a hair below it. By the way, your Ant B call, boom, boom, boom. There is your 285 on almost on the dot. It hit 284.88. I do want to go over before I get to Tesla. We did have Hood on earnings. Bad movement continuation down today. There will be a bounce play eventually. I wouldn't try to bounce it until we get all the way down to around the 66 area, somewhere right around 67 to 66. This continues down, though, into that area. We have support trying to come in right now at 70. Well, about to at 71. If we crack it, we're down to 70. Under 70, we head down to 68.75 area to 68.50. And then finally down to that 67 to the 66.50 mark. If it continues through that, this play is going to come all the way down where we have more support. Like I said, somewhere around 65 to 66, there's a lot of bouncing and support there. Under that, we head to 63. Just so you can see, that's where the traders most likely where the demand's going to come in at. On the way up, if we start to move back on up today, resistance at 73.50, 74, and then at 75. V also had earnings yesterday and is moving pretty nicely today. And after its earnings, it's going to try to hold after hours high at 330. 330 will be the bounce play. Below that, bounce play is at 327.50 and then at 326. On the way up today, 334.40 just hit. That is your new high in the run on the way back on up here as we try to pop back on up where we just came from here. Let me get to the 4 hour here so I can see the, there we go. So we're going to have resistance here at the 335 mark, a lot of it 335, then again at 337.50. How I talk about these intervals. Over 37.50, watch for a pop in to the 340s. And Tesla's still flat. Don't like Tesla. It needs to get back over 382.50, the high from last Friday, the high from yesterday. Then we run into Thursday's high of last week around the 85 to 86 mark. And then from there we can go. On the way down, major supports coming in really right around the 370 mark. If we crack it, watch for a move down to Monday's low in 365. What to trade at the bell? I would probably go with some of these earnings plays, to be honest, today. I would wait for them. They look pretty good from yesterday, that is. V, Hood, B, those plays look good. The plays that just had earnings, maybe that trend runs into tomorrow. And I've seen that theme for small caps, and now we're seeing it kind of into large caps, where the earnings come out and the next day we're getting some solid movement. Not so much on Tesla from last week. So we'll see how that trend works today with the large, other big mega Mag 7 plays. But B's running sexy. Hood's running pretty good. V's running pretty good. So look for those to be good moving trades today for the large cap sector. Other than that, going back through, you know, I would say the plays, a lot of them, we have a lot of earnings today. So that takes up for a lot of the other tickers. And they usually generally on days on earnings aren't the prettiest. And of course, we have FOMC today. So a lot of those Mag 7 plays could be stale. That's why I would go over to Hood, V, and B for your trades. And then back to small cap, same thing where I left you guys off. SAG-T has the mob. Right now, I'm going to put my trend line in finally. So I'll put a trend line in. My trend line is right at 280. So if we crack 280, watch for a pullback down to that 260, 255 mark. And then we've got 235 area support. On the way up, we talked about the resistance areas. So use those as according, as we talked about. And that's really about it. Maybe watch for RDAC. That's the RDAC. That's the one that has that weird chart history that I've noticed and seen before. That definitely could see a pop back on up. A lot of these plays, though, have come back off their highs from pre-market highs. You know, whether it's AKAN, KNRX, WAL, GC, anything I've looked at today. And I'm not seeing anything besides, oh, XTLB. XTLB is a new one I'll look at that just ran up the board. All right, so we're going to put KNRX out of here. We're going to go to XTLB real quickly. Okay, so we probably came out with some news here. Yes, okay. All right, so we do have news on XTLB, and these have been the better runners, the ones that come out right before the opening bell that I've missed. We have support down below at 350 area, 345 area. Down below that, I have support at 295, and then again a low 255 support. On the way up, strong resistance at 410 into the 420 mark. Now, if we get over 420, where to next? Well, we got to go back in time and do some digging here because we are at 52-week high on XLTB. So we have to go all the way back into 2024, almost April of 2024. So essentially 2 years ago, we hit $5, over $5 for XTLB. We've got resistance at 5 to 510, 565, 610, and then 670. So at least as of right now, it looks like this play's trying to take the mob. XTLB has a lower float of around 2 million as well. For myself, I'm going to sit back and wait to see who gets the mob today. That's just what I want to do. I don't see anyone besides XTLB and SAG-T that has a mob, so I want to see which one takes it, holds it, and then look for my usual dip buys. Maybe we'll get some crazy volatility again at an AKN. We could do some halt strategy, maybe some shorting reversals and that move back on down. But those are your trades into the bell, and I'm right now just sitting on my hands waiting to see who's going to take the mob and which play is going to be the sexiest right now. And I'd say if I had to vote, obviously it's XTLB and SAG-T to start off with. But again, the theme like we've seen over the past month plus is what? The plays we were looking at in pre-market, 2 hours or an hour after the opening bell, they're dead and we're not looking at them anymore. All right. Boathy, how we doing, other cousin? Man, V looks good here at the bell, looking to go for more. V's about to squeeze and go for more here, so V's looking really sexy here today at the bell. And boom, there she goes. Call back. There it goes. I mean, when I saw this move right here and we are sweeping right back on up. Now, of course, do you trade that? No, because of pre-market, it's so hard to trade it. Oh my gosh, those. But yeah, when I see that liquidation sweep and then come right back on down, especially if you go into like a 5-minute time frame. Oh, when I see this and it goes zoop and comes flying back on up and soaking up, yeah, that's going to pop every time. A little bit easier in market, being that you could have market ordered in somewhere in here. Anywhere in here, honestly, like once you see this soak back up, market order in, risk this lower shadow right there, 32.50 with an entry price probably right around 32.90, 32.80, 35 or 33, I should say. And as soon as this starts squeezing up, you can just start taking some profit. And now you're sitting in the, you're just money. You're down here in it, 333. You can just sit back and watch this thing now. Do like V there, nice good move at the bell. SPY is selling off. No one's really taking the mob here for small caps. Ooh, Ant B is flying. Talking about another one flying. Ant B's flying. So B and V here right at the gate. B and V taking a quick spike and continuation. There's your 290. There's your 290. As I talked about, I knew that my normal high of day was in that area. As alerted, B and V right out of the gate. B and V, there's that. Oh, I think my normal high of day have already both have been hit. B, I think I mentioned that 87.50 to 88.75. Over 85 is a done deal. It seemed like 85 was a done deal, and there it even hit 90. So and it's quick, super quick. Like I said, these plays with earnings here the next day have been running pretty dang good and hard. So there's your two good squeeze plays out of the gate. B and V. B and V, baby. All right, let me get a hat. Turn the mic, or not mic, I'll turn the camera on. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. All right, here we go. Back at it. Small pop there from XTLB right back on down to this 375 bounce from before the bell. If 75 doesn't bounce, 350, 45 would be your next area. I'm sitting back and waiting. I've waited all day to get my trades in. I mean, even like yesterday with was it Acon before it took off? God, what was the play I had a bounce play in on? No, it was another play. It was on the TTP stream, and I missed it by like 6 cents, and it ran like $1.50 the new high of day from it. Whatever it ran, I forgot what it was now. I can't even remember anymore. But V new high of day. Visa looking to push for more. Visa's here looking to push for more. Man, this is a barn burner mover here from after hours in the earnings play. From right around the 310 mark, taking off now to 340 today. Beautiful move from V. B looks a little stuck. B's looking a little stuck right now, having a little trouble. Not seeing anything else in the small cap sector. We're all over it, but boom, here we are already down there. See, look at this mob shift. That's why I'm not really a big fan of the small caps here recently. Too much mob shifting, and even when we come down here, now we're not getting bounce plays at the area I'd like to get a bounce play off of. I can see this area, for anywhere from say 270 to 280 for you wanting to get a bounce play there. So there's a quick dip and rip off of that area for SAG T. Back on down to the support at 345 here. Acon, quick pop at the bell. Now we're dropping. I am sitting on my hands. I mean, that's just been, it's really reminds me again when I first started trading. It's really freaking weird. Like when I first started trading, we do have RDAC is halted up. RDAC is halted up. So we do have RDAC halted up now. I talked about this play. I'm telling you, this play can go, I've just seen these charts go nuts. I've seen these charts go nuts before. So we do have RDAC halted up there. See where this one could lead us today. Let's go over to Zendu. Let's see if we start getting any kind of... I want it to be gappy halty. I want that. I don't know if we'll get it. We're going to find out, though. You're doing such a good job.
Be easy. XTLB.
XTLB, there we go. All right, off the 345 mark. If anyone took it off the 345 mark, like it. That is working there. So 345 did work for a bounce play. Really don't start doing that now. All right, nice bounce play here. So I was all over it with the 345 dip. 345 dip-a-rooney. All over it. All right, so all over for XTLB. Now it's coming right back down to it, but 345 worked out. And I talked about RDAC. This play is now halted up, as we don't really have kind of mob shifting back and forth where XTLB pop at the bell comes down. Then we get SAG-T to pop up to go new high of day. Now it's back down, and we got a quick little bounce on XTLB at the 345 mark. But again, no one has the mob. No one's moving up to high of day. So RDAC now out of nowhere halted up. We are showing a resumption price of $7.92. That's a 50-cent gap up for RDAC. Does that continue? This will be fun to watch here. And another one, too, to watch. HTCO is also... Okay, it's halting down. Okay, this play is actually halting down. So HTCO is halting down and continuing its move, nastiness, back to the bottom side. So RDAC here on high watch. Over half a point short on XTLB. Nice. In 40 seconds. Should have held longer. XTLB. Yeah, that was a good one there on XTLB, brother. Good one. I'm telling you guys, you have to force yourself to do it. Like you're gonna have to remember. It's hard. I mean, you are in the cockpit of a fighter jet, and you've got to remember all the small little things. So when you're flying your 800, 1,000, 1,500 miles an hour, and then you're also like fighting other jets at that speed. It's not like you're just like, it's, imagine that, honestly, if you ever entered a fight with it's just crazy to think, right? I say a fight, but whatever you're going to call it, aerial combat. That's just nuts, right? Anyway. And so you got to remember when you're in a trade, like, okay, take half, take this. Okay, but please save some. Got to save some, like scale out, and so it's hard to do that. Your brain's got a lot going on, and so you're just, boom, boom, yeah, and why didn't I hold some, And so you got to be very self-conscious when you're in these trades. It can just be small at first, start with 10 shares. I'm going to get everything out in my areas I want to, and make sure I leave 10 shares, That's what helped me at first, was just doing something small. Was it going to make a lot from it? No, but it just helped me out to scale out, whether it was 50 shares or 10 shares or whatever it might be. I hope that this play, XTLB, does not squeeze back through the VWAP, because I'll be annoyed that I didn't take it, because I called it out, and it was really nice pullback right to my areas, exactly what I'd be looking for in a bounce play on XTLB. But I am looking at RDAC right now, so RDAC is on watch. And it's always these acquisition companies that have this type of chart. Every time I see it's an acquisition, I knew it earlier, I was like, this is an acquisition company. These plays can I've seen it before. They can go bananas. I guarantee you it's going to find its way back up to 880. So we're going to see where we open up and gap up from here, is my point. All right. RDAC, here we go. RDAC Atronius here. Resumption time should be coming up right now. Not happening. So we're going to a 10-minute resumption time. 10-minute resumption time. Still showing $7.92 for the open price. I would love a $7.92 open. Maybe a quick little wick down. Fly straight into another halt up. That's what I'd be looking for. It's our first halt up. I like to go from 2 to 3. Especially if we have a huge gap up and we're running straight into another halt up. We're most likely going to find ourselves into 880. If it gets over this 880, this thing can turn into a monster. It's all right, though, Bothy. You'll get there, my friend. Like, again, guys, you got to think about it. I didn't start scaling out for years, like multiple scale outs like I'm doing now, right? I mean, and even when I was scaling out, like when I finally first started scaling out, I was 3 years into being profitable. You know, it was like 2020. I would say I'd guarantee it was really 2020 and 2021 where I was taking at least 2 or 3. And you got to think then it was still, we were just finally went to commission free. So that was why. So I didn't ever scale out to begin with because of the commissions. So you guys need to stop being so hard on yourself about the scaling out. You have to just say, hey, it's going to get there. It doesn't have to be right now, you know, but as long as we can get there. Crazy too how we were testing that trend line, suck back up and hold it. Now we have fully cracked out of it, at least in the 1 minute time frame. But again, it's just one of those things you have to be self-aware and practice. You know, you have to practice it. It's just hard earlier on in your journey. And then once you finally get a year or two in of doing something so successfully, consistently, etc., that to me is when it starts to come in. All right, so we got 40. So it's like Philly, we like left off right from yesterday. AKAN, and then here we go with RDAC. I talked about this again when I see those charts. So if you guys ever see those charts that look like this on the 1 year, 1 day, and you see this, nothing, weird spike, jump, this play, if it's up on the day and it had like what you saw, it's done this, it has high potential to continue or to make a move up, I should say, in market like it's done. Small, quick little bounce there on XTLB. Glad it worked out. I'm glad my bounce plays are working, but that's the thing is we're seeing less of them and they're not holding as long. We're up and until early this month. We could go to a lot of my bounce plays, right, that were not only up right away like this, but then they'd hold for 30 minutes, an hour. You know, we're starting to see less of that. Acon is back on up. So this is now falling off XTLB. AKAN is trying to move its way back on up. I will move XTLB, I should say, over here as it now cracked back on down through the 345 support. Visa looks like it wants to squeeze and go for more. B is done. I think it got tapped out, finally kind of tapping out, so to speak, saying, hey, I'm done, I'm good. I need to get my heating pad out. Boy. I was doing side bends last Thursday. I do abs and core on Thursday. Felt it on Friday or Saturday. Really, dang, I feel it. I did good. Monday out of nowhere. This is what, it's so funny. So Avery brought up the whole like, man, it sucks. You know, it was one day, like I kind of had like one of those where I was like, I couldn't turn my left. I had one of those little, you know, crick in the neck, whatever. And you're like, I woke up kind of like you slept weird or something. And she's like, man, look, the ones that really suck is when you wake up and they're not that bad and they get worse throughout the day. I'm like, yeah, those suck. And I didn't mention, I didn't want to jinx myself, and I did. And I should have said it, I guess. And this is happening to me recently where I don't say something because I don't want to announce or jinx it. And I should have said something because I didn't announce or jinx it, and it still happened. Which, because I thought about it, and I said, man, the worst are the ones when you wake up don't have anything. And about halfway through the day, you're like, the hell? And then it gets worse and worse and worse. So you wake up without it, and then it comes out of nowhere. Like, you don't do anything. You're just like, why does this hurt? Example, Monday, we're walking the dogs. I'm at halfway through or a little toward the end, I'm like, man, just like right, this left side felt like, you know, like, man, where'd this come from? This wasn't hurting earlier today. It was weird. By that night, I'm like, oh my fucking, what in the world? Having to take a hot shower and just let it sit there. And now up until, like, I thought by today, because anyway, I'm like, man, it's still giving me issues. Those are the worst. When you wake up, don't have anything, and I've done this where out of nowhere you move too quickly after because you haven't stretched or something. You know, so you wake up fine, then you do something, you're like, oh no, why? Or the ones that, like Avery said, the ones that get worse throughout the day. Or that, when you wake up and you're fine, and then out of nowhere, you're like, why am I hurting? And it just slowly gets worse, and it gets worse, and gets worse. Acon, a little too choppy for me. I'm still on my eyes set over here on RDAC, but now it's been halted for 10 plus minutes, moving to 15 minutes. I may leave the long side alone now. I was 100% going to go long. If this gapped up and went for another halt up, I was going to go long. I may let the long play out because this is less likely. Acon, I get it. You know, this is an acquisition company, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I think it may be a Chinese play, but regardless, it has a point being these acquisition companies, they almost always give back their gains. Yes, I say, and I see that chart, watch these plays can go. But a lot of the time, most of the time, they give back everything that day. And then sometimes more. These are the ones that will spike to like 12, 15, and then come all the way back down and dump to like 5. And you're like, oh my God, look at that short. Should have held longer. Both, yeah, you got it, brother. Yes, yeah. And that's what it is. I mean, that's what most people, again, I know we do one-on-ones. A lot of people, of course, that are in my live stream, I've worked with you at some point in time, or you've heard me say that on the live stream. You just have to, again, these things we're talking about, you've got to start applying them yourself. You know, I can't be there to apply them. And so you've got to say, Josh says, I've got to do this, I got to do this workout today. I can't eat this. You can't drink what, right? And so if you can do all that kind of stuff, then this is easy. You just got to say, hey, okay, here's my profit. Going to take it. Need to hold, 30 shares. I want to scale out 10 shares 3 more times because a lot of time these runners keep going. And so let's see how long I can hold these 30 shares and how many times I can scale out. Because I've gotten to the point now, I've done it so well. Thank gosh, Cosmic Rays brought us my attention the other day. I didn't realize that that TTP, which I'll have to bring up in the next meetings, they have a minimum fee of 75 cents. So I forgot how many shares that goes up to. But when I'm scaling out like 5 shares, 10 shares at a time, it's 75 cents. But I'm still making pretty good money because I'm so far in the green. But there was a play the other day where I was only making like $1 or $2 or like $1 per share, but I'm scaling out. I've gotten what you get, but I was like, oh man, it still hitting me at 75 cents per. I'm like, that's fucking dumb. I thought it was per share size. So if I was doing 1 share, it was going to be like, like 1 cent or something. I don't know, something low as fuck. I was like, oh, I never looked at because I never look at the P&L. So I don't ever look at the fees. I never even looked at that. I was like, oh, son of a bitch. But I got to the point where I'm scaling out 1 share. So I get to 100 and I'm doing either, it depends on how much it moves and how big it's moving. I either do 25 or 10 shares at when I get to 100. At 50 shares, I'm definitely down to 10, getting out 10 a piece. And when I get down to 25 shares or so, I'm doing 5 a piece till I get down to 10 or 5, and then I'm doing 1 share a piece, again, depending how far it is in my direction. So that's all come about this year. Did I do that last year? Nope. Did I do it the year before? Nope. And so was I scaling out? Yup. Was I scaling out this much? Nope. So, it wasn't until 2021, somewhere there I was scaling a little more, 22, 23, even more, to 24, 25, definitely more, but not as much as I am now, where it's, man, you see how much you see how, and so it's just a progression. That's what stock trading is. And, everyone wants to do everything right out of the gate. I mean, I get it, but it's not going to happen. That's like me trading today. I'm sitting back like yesterday. I'm going to have to put on a show. I know there's people out there that just want to trade. Watch me. Here's my P&L. That's not me. I am watch me sit back and literally just sit back and wait for a trade to come to me. If I see a trade come to me, then I'll take the setup if it's there and worthy of trading. I thought for half a second we were live. I was like, oh, we're live, but the time and sales just went away. All right, we have resumption time possibly coming up here soon. Would be 40 or 50 after in 23 seconds. 50.23. Still showing 792 resumption price. Slept like an angel last night. Love it when I wake up and it's like birds are chirping, sun's kind of coming out. I'm like, whoa. Slept like a rock. Josh, for RDAC, where are you going? Where are you going to market in long or limit? Yeah, no, I was going to market order in because I doubt we get 741. I don't think I'm going to trade the long now because of how sketchy this has gotten now, especially if we go to like 20 minutes, which we're going to now. So the longer this stays halted, I'm now slowly but surely moving over to, sure, gap up, go for another halt up, whatever. I want to get the short side of this now. I'm a little worried after 15 minutes as this have that big of a move. You know, if you want to trade it still and you're like, maybe it does, you know, go 100 shares. Go something small that even if you're wrong, you're not going to be down a ton, you know. At most, you might lose $100, $200, something like that. If you go long or short and you're wrong and it gaps up $1 or $2. Right now, we have no idea. I will say things can change my mind in a hurry. How fast I think in the stock market. You know, when I just, like CHSN on Friday. You know, Acon yesterday, I was wrong twice before I was right, but most times I'm right in these, but I'm like, okay, I'm going to jump in. But I'm going to jump into where it's not going to kill my account. You know, like even like CHSN, my point being Friday, that I had 1,000 shares. I'm like, okay, it gaps up or down against me 50 cents like we've been seeing. It's like $500. You know, for me, I'm like, okay, it's 500, cool, whatever. You know, for some of you guys, it's a lot, but you got to think about some of my P&L, like what I'm making. So I'm like, and what I've made throughout the year. So a $500 loss for me, you guys know that's not big. My average loss is like it is around, you know, throughout the years is probably around 200 to 400 somewhere. It depends on the year and how big I'm trading. I think in my bigger years where I was trading big, it was closer like 400, you know. But my average wins were well over 1,000. Like say 23 and 24, or is, you know, we're just blowing the top off. So how my mind could change is what? Well, we gap up to like 9. We gap up like huge. And we'd go straight into another halt up. Now that can happen. I've seen it before. We're halted this long. You're starting to get sketched out. Well, this play, this is dumb. This is done. You know, whatever you want to say. Not going to do much. I'm going to leave it alone. Too sketched now. I've seen these. You go, whoa. You know, you do a TCGL like me and Kevin do, and you're just blown away. And you're like, this just opened at 875 and now it's halted up at 950. Holy shit. I'd jump in. I would jump in long. Like, there's no way this doesn't after because everyone's going to be doing what we just did and trying to get a piece of that pie. There's going to be so much buying going into that. There's no way we don't gap up again. Big, maybe even bigger, at least big. So that's the one that changed my mind here would be, and I wanted to. The two things I want would be, really the one thing I want, I'll just say that. The one thing I want is that I want this to gap up more than $7.90. I want this to gap up $1 or more and run straight into another halt up, and I'm going long. That's the one way I'm trading this now. Now, if this was a general, has news, it's halted up, yes, that's the rule of thumb. If we could, which we're going to get to at some point, I promise, be able to put orders in when a play is halted, and we're going to surround 740 area where it's halted up with a dip buy. We can see it's going to gap up. Now we know we can trust this area right here. We'll say it gaps up at 790. We don't get filled, but races into another halt up. And it was a 5-minute halt, right? It's 5 minutes. Well, it was a 5-minute halt, and we resume, and we would have already resumed, right? It had news, it's trustable, blah, 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 blah. Then, yeah, I'm surrounding this order at 740 with dip buys or for limit orders to get filled. If we don't, and it goes right into another halt up, I'm going to go ahead and just market order in. So that's how I usually trade my halt strategy, is I'm putting orders in here to get filled in case we do dip down off of that gap up. If we don't, and in hotter times, when it definitely like 2021 or earlier last year, 2020, but last year into this year, like January, what I typically do is when the play turns green. So like say we open at 790, we quick dip to 770, don't get filled here, and from 770 we race straight up. As soon as I see that candle green now, because it'll be green to start usually, red because it dipped down, and then it flies straight back up. As soon as I see it turn green again and we're at new high in market, I just market order because I know we're flying into another halt up. So I'll try to get in, say like at 8, because we're probably going to fly up to like 820, 830, 840 and finally halt there. So now I'm already ahead of the game, and then we're going to get a gap up on top of that, and I'm in at like 8. And we're halted up at 840 with a gap up incoming. So those are the ways I trade them. Oh, off of yesterday's lows, bros. Hey, bros. Who's trading yesterday? Oh, not quite. Almost into yesterday's lows. God, that's beautiful, though. Beautiful. All about that chart. All about that chart. Does that make sense, though, Daza? Please let me know if that made sense on the multiple ways to trade the halt. Let's see if we go live. Should be in about 20 seconds here. Should be 55-23. 55-23. 55-23. Please gap up to $12 and go for another halt up. Big money. 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 Damn it. Damn it. This could have a random resumption time now too. XTLB not done, although SAG T looks a little saggy. XTLB did pop up pop up off the 320 area. So nice, good. We'll try to U-shape attempt there overall. Put sag T on watch over here. But yeah, it's pretty easy. I mean, she's not around anymore. I don't know what happened to Geek Bomb. I need to reach out to some of these people that I haven't heard from in years and go, where are you? What is going on? Are you okay? You're starting to worry me. Like Mafia 1's another one. I know Daza, Ingrid Aussie chick, I know for sure you know, but y'all remember Mafia? It was Mafia with the 1 at the end of it, Mafia 1. Always gave him a hard time. We always chatted up. Oh, huge, massive gap up, and now we're going down. Oh my gosh, I'm just going to have fun. Okay, if it went for a halt down, I was going to actually go for that. Oh, we're going up. We're going up. Oh my, it was a huge gap up. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I'm just going to jump in here, 100 shares. Let's see if this halts up. All right, let's see if we get in here, team. Oh, beautiful move here. Holy moly, moly of moly lands. Here we go. It did exactly what I wanted. Huge gap up. Huge gap up. Big liquidation sweep down. Came right back on up here. This is probably going to have a gap up to 12s possibly. Let's see what we have here on RDAC. Here now says 1090 for Zindu, but Zindu was showing 790, and this opened all the way up to $1.30 above it. So this says 10, or it says 790, and it opened up here. So this says 1090. So let's say it opens up. So if it go to $1.50 above, yeah. So 12. Look for 12. I think 12 plus could happen here. I think 12 plus could happen right here. This is exactly what I went over. That's exactly what would change my mind. Random resumption time, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't that random resumption time, I think, if I'm not mistaken? Wasn't that random? I had to jump in that. I mean, there's just that was crazy. Crazy sauce right there. EUDA is halted up now. So what do we have with EUDA? EUDA, oh God, this is looking crazy. So now we have, I'm going to put ACON over here. EUDA is now halted up. EUDA is now halted up out of nowhere. Excuse me there, team. Just been doing these vapes that she got are great. Gotta wait until I get, just a couple hits off this in the morning. Good to go. Nice little U-shape. Could cup and handle here possibly on XTLB. Nice move there. Again, the plays that come out with PRs 30 minutes before the opening bell just generally do a lot better. Hold up longer. Why? Because they just came out. You haven't been looking at them like the SAG Ts of the world, which came out 2 hours before the opening bell. So, at that point now we've been running for a total of, SAG T's been running for a total of, 3 hours, essentially right around there. And so you only have 1 hour of running for XTLB, essentially, is what you call that or see that as. All right, I want this to go for I want this to just minimum 10-minute halt. I want a 10-minute halt here. This would resume at 0138. 0138 for RDAC. 0138 for RDAC. 0205 for EUDA. Which could be just getting some simp from RDAC and, of course, ACON from yesterday. Any questions you guys have? Anything at all? Anything at all. You got it. Baby. Yeah, not much else out there for small caps today. A lot of action in the large caps. Of course, the earnings, FOMC. So a lot of traders are going to move there. And then a lot of traders are going to move over to RDAC. XTLB is where the mob's at other than that. So you have XTLB is your other mob play. All right, 56, let's see here. What would it be? 01, yeah, 0138. 0138 would be the resumption time. 56:38 is the halt time. Oh. XTLB having some trouble here in the fours. 410 to 420, strong resistance there for XTLB so far to start the day. I want this to stay halted and go into a 10-minute halt. 10 would be good too, because then we'd get traders really still in, and we'd probably go for another halt up possibly. We'll see if we go live here. No. Looks like we're going into another 5-minute here, most likely. Really get traders to kind of get edgy again on the edge of their seats. All right, just waiting here. RDAC Fund called this one. Oh, EUDA is live. EUDA is live. Same sort of aspect here. If you want to trade, this went into another halt up. It may not, though. The fact that it's holding is really nice. If it gets through 1890, it's going to squeeze up into that. I'd say it might go into another halt up. Man, what a move here. Go for another halt up. I'm not going to trade both, but this would be another one that if you want to try to get into just 100 shares, you're going to see another big gap up. I guarantee you 1580 to 1820. That is a $2 gap up right there, team. EUDA going for another halt up and looking like it just did there. Beautiful move. Look at this. We're getting some crazy moves here. This is fun. This is fun. I must say so myself. This is fun. Oh, come here. What are you doing? Here. All right. Love it. EUDA. Not showing a gap up, though, for some reason this time around. I don't remember if it was last time, but it isn't. It's not showing a gap up. But I don't know how it wouldn't after all that buying that just came into it. We should see, if it's a 10-minute resumption, it should be 0638. 0638 would be the resumption time for RDAC. 5-minute resumption for EUDA is 0737. All right, big money. Big money here. SAG T. Man, I can't wait for these plays to come back. Look at this. Trend line crack, 1-minute candlestick confirmation, enter right here at 290, 285 area. Quick reversal and touch into the trend line up, fail. Boom. Just hold that. You can just hold that. Just hold it. All right, so it would be a little over a minute here. Minute and 38 seconds. You can see my time, guys, of the day. I know it's maybe small for some of you guys, but there's my time locally, so you can see how far behind. If there's ever stream issues or where you're at in the fine world, you can see right here my clock and how many seconds. So we're at 5 after 13, 5 after 14, 5 after 15 seconds, 16 seconds, 17 seconds. So we're at 5 after right now. And hopefully you can see that clock. So anyone that ever... I've gotten that back in the past when I had trade ideas so much over at Tradecaster. And eventually I got done, I was just done using trade ideas. Like, fuck that shit. Which it's the good stuff. Was done paying for it. I didn't need it anymore. And so... And my affiliate thing where it was free ran out. I say ran out, but I just wasn't providing enough sales for them. So they broke up with me. That's what they did. They broke up with me. Let's just be honest. That's exactly what happened here. All right. So I'm in RDAC here, 1026. Weird spread how that happens when you try to get filled on the halts when it comes to TTP. So 1026 is my average price. That play is halted up. We'll see if we go live here at, again, should be 10-minute resumption. I think the last one was like a 21-minute halt. So we'll see what this one is. Got to keep your eyes peeled is the point. Let's see if we go live here in less than 10 seconds. I really do want to go live, and of course with the big gap up is what I'd like to see. I will sell some shares right out of the gate regardless of the gap up size. Oh, okay, none. All right, so none here. All right, so let's see here. Oh, here we go, though. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're working. Now we're working. Now we're working. All right, I'm going to sell a couple hundred shares right there. I'm down to... oh, shit, I got 1,000 shares! I didn't realize I went in 1,000 shares right there. Okay, I'm going to try to sell. Okay, I'm down to 400 shares now. I'm down to 400 shares now. I had no idea I went in 1,000 shares. Oh, my good. Oh, gosh, oh, mighto. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay, so I just now looked at this. I pulled this up. So I was in 1,000 shares. Well, that got my butthole puckered for half a second. Whoo, heart was that. Okay, that got the heart racing a little bit. That one got the heart racing a little bit right there. Woo! Whoa! Okay, well. Yeah, toss it good. Yeah. Whoa! Did not. I thought I was in it. Whoa! I gotta. That was a man. Hey, regardless, we're good to go now. Boy, I pulled that up. My butthole was puckered because I was gonna start scaling out of that, and when I pulled up the market depth in the scalper, I didn't realize that. I guess I was at 1,000. I thought I was at 100. That's all right. We're good to go. We're good to go. Yeah, that was as soon as we shot back up into the green, because I was a little starstruck for half a second, and then I was good to go. Well, we did the same thing. We just didn't gap up. We did the same thing. So that's what I'm worried about this time, is that we're going to open up sideways and we may go into a halt down. So when we go live, I'm still up about $1, 1026, right? Yeah. So I'm up about $1 here. I'm going to sell half of that. So I already have 200 on my market depth. I'll just leave that right there so I can look at that, or you guys can. And I'm going to leave my market depth right here beside the time in the sell. So all I'm looking at is this. So if I need to like double click, I can get out. I'm hoping, like last time, I don't have to worry about that. But I was wrong last time. I thought we'd see a gap up to 12. Easy. Honestly. Again, trading these acquisition companies, yes, definitely sketchy, but it's just the trend in what I've seen in these tickers throughout the years. So I really do feel this is going to be a better short than Acon was yesterday. I wouldn't mind taking this, and definitely only 100 shares, especially after I made money now, to the bottom side. So I want 100 shares to the bottom side. I don't see how this played, and they usually always do. It's just reading the trend. These plays typically just cave when they start turning red. And I'm not kidding you. A lot of the time, that's why I love to test the theory. And again, I'm trying to do this more and trade in what I like. And when I see it, just trade it, Josh. That's why I, again, should have traded the 45-cent bounce earlier. I pretty much have been right all day at that. We did go a little lower to 25, yes, and move even higher. But I was generally right where the bounce would be today. So I'm trying to trade more. You know, like, Josh, you're freaking kind of like the Trade Everywhere Challenge, getting kind of geared up for that already. So I'm like, you need to, you're right a lot of the time. Now, do you need to trade 5 to 7 times a day like you did in 23 and 24? No, but at least, 3 to 4 would be good. So I'm trying, like CHSN on Friday, I was just like, just trade this. There's no way you're going to be wrong. You're right. You're just half the time, like this bounce play earlier where I was right, where I set it out and I'm like, I don't know. Talk yourself out of the trade. Well, why? I've been almost right the whole day on XTLB on that 340 bounce area, 345 bounce area from this in pre-market. Was almost wrong, but then was still right here on RDAC, So usually, generally, I'm right. So just like with you guys, you just have to start trusting what you're seeing. 100%. It's hard to do. I know, as a human, it's just hard to do. So half in a reverse reverse from the other 200, yeah. The dog next door. I thought someone one of our dogs was barking. I was like, is someone outside? But yeah, I'm looking to short this because I don't see how when we start going down, and I want to try it. Like when I see the first halt down coming in, I want to short it. 100 shares. I'm like what I did with the halt up here. I said, okay, it's about to halt up. There's no way this doesn't go for more. I'm going long and long. I'm gonna do the same thing to the short. As soon as I see the halt down coming, I'm going to go short for sure. EUDA has moved over into now that 10-minute halt, so should come live at 12:37. If it's a 5-minute resumption for RDAC, it's going to come live here right on the dot at 12 after. 12 after, so coming up here soon. Oh, we are live. We are live. Going for more. Sell 200 shares. Down to 200. Now going to 50 allotments. 50 allotments here. All right, holding. All right, we're down to 100 shares. There we go. There we go. There we go. Just in case we gap down, I will sell 25 shares right there at high of day. We did it 3 times in a row now. 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. 3 in a row there. We did it once, twice, 3 times. She's a lady. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, huge gap up. Called it on EUDA. Oh, I called it on EUDA. I knew that would have one more big gap up. I was wrong on RDAC as far as not getting a gap up, but I was right as it got to 12, and I was right on EUDA. If anyone took it, you got 2 free points. Really, in the end, you got 5 free points because you didn't have to watch it run from 20 all the way up to 21, to 21.50, 22, 22.75, 23.80. You went straight to 22 and went straight to 25. Perfect. I love these halt gap plays. This is free money. Fuck, we're finally getting these. I wish we'd get these every day. If we got these every day, I'd be a millionaire. And then you guys could stop. Like right now, I'd be like, if this could, I bet we're going to gap down. I'm not going to trade. I'm going to take my money on RDAC and stay with RDAC. But I guarantee you, EUDA is about to see a big gap down here and free money down to like 18 and then rip its way to 16. Watch. Boy, if we had these once a week, if we had them for the rest of our journey, you guys, I'd be done streaming. If we had this for just say we did the rest of this year, moved in the next year. This time next year, I'm done streaming. Obviously, it's not going to last forever. But if it did, I'd be done streaming this time next year. There's no way I'm not making, if we get one a week, I'll end up making no less than probably 30 to 50K a week by this time next year. And if we get multiple a week, I'm probably making 100K a week. No lie. Because I'm going to start going in 5,000 and 3,000 and 10,000 shares. I'm going to go get another 2. I'm going to get as many 200K accounts that I can get. Hold on a second. This is Josh. How are you? Well, I think it was I'm coming in to get the stitches removed on Monday was what I called like yesterday. I think I called yesterday, but I just called to say, hey, when do I need to come in? But yeah, no, I mean, everything's good to go. Yeah, everything on her is amazing. I haven't noticed anything. Like anything at all. Her, of course, unfortunately, having to go through this 3 times now, right, overall. Sorry, it was the vet about Rue. They were just calling in, making all our vets love our dogs. Most vets do. I think they probably. I'm hoping they're this way with other people. I guess maybe it could be a lot about me and the way I am around people, and just I'm just very outgoing and talkative, and I just love everybody so much, and that just feeds off to other people and makes them happy. But yeah, anyway. But from Rue, any dogs we've had in the past, and then they just put her in for Monday. Just anyway. But yeah, they're like, just make sure she was. I'm like, oh, she's doing good. All right, so we have Baya. Starting to move back up. This was the play from yesterday. Baya. Very, very choppy, low volume pre-market. But it's getting a little bit of a pop right there. A little bit of a pop. I just want to bring that one up. XTLB, thank you to Smoke Tuna over on the Discord, putting that out there. XTLB really just kind of chopping and channeling around for now. All right, what do we got here? We going live right now? We going live? We are. We're going live. Oh, and we're getting out of it. Oh, no, we're not. We're staying in this for now. We're staying in it for now. I'm glad I sold. We're going for halt down. Okay, we're getting out of this. We're getting out of it. I'm not going for the halt down. I'm not doing it now just because I just got out of it. And there's some buying coming in right here at the end. What is going on? Who's buying this before it halts down? What is going on? I'm leaving it alone. I'm not touching it. Oh, man. That was nasty. Well, I'm glad I sold at the high of day. And I think I top ticked that. Let me go back and look at my chart here. I did. I top ticked that son bitch. I got you. Oh, I love this. This is great. This is great right here. Top tick that piece of shit. 1232. So 1232 is mine. I got 905 out of that. 905 out of that because I was scaling out, some of that because I didn't know where in the hell if it was going to gap down on me, but still got a lot of good exits there. So here we go. Make this. I'll kind of fit this into the screen here. So how do I do this again? Make this like this. That's it right there. This can come all the way to the board, but that's coming over here. Boom. There we go. We're gonna work it. Boom. So boom. Oh no, that's right. Then I have to do this back. Then you go here. Boom. All right, boom. Boom shakalaka. All right, so there we go. Boom. There we go. So there we go. RDAC, again, if it was a more reputable, I would have went 500, probably 700. 700 is a share allotment I've been doing here recently, right around 700 shares on the ones I've been trusting. Or 1,000 on CHS or CHSN, which now, by the way, is down to 3 cents, which is nuts. This one, I was only wanting to go 100 shares because I didn't trust it. I just wanted to test the theory and just make, which I would have made then $90. If I would have went in 100 shares, I would have made $90, which is fine with me. I wasn't trying to bank on this, but it's cool that, I went bigger and then boom, you get a little bit more profit. I knew I was right in the end, selling majority of my shares there right at $1 per, which is fine with me. Opens up, comes down, sell 100 with a little bit of profit. Then we go ripping up to new high of day, and I sell right at highs at 1232, and still taking some at almost $1 per share here at the final 25. So not bad and pretty good, and I'll take it. Let's see, and I want to see if we get the rest of continuation. So does EUDA and RDAC gap down? RDAC shows 9. Oh my God, the gap downs could be crazier. This is showing RDAC gap down 920, EUDA gap down at 15. Did anyone go short? Did anyone test the theory? Did you just jump in 10 shares for fun? Did anyone jump in EUDA or RDAC? We're looking for, it looks like we could be having both of these, which is crazy. RDAC, well, now it's showing 10. Okay, now it's showing 10, so we'll see here. Camera keeps going back and forth. But EUDA showing 15. Oh, poor Petey's dreaming. Hold on a sec. Never mind, that's not Petey. It's the dog next door barking. I thought it was Petey doing... Yeah, his dreams are so loud. Poor kiddo. Let's see. I'm in short now. Daza. Okay, good. Oh, Daza, 920. So, Daza, you went short? Daza went short on RDAC? Or did you go short on which one? RDAC. Oh, Daza's I think gonna kill this. Yeah, it's looking like 10-10 gap down. So I don't see how we don't see a gap down. And you did. Oh, Max did a UDA. Short, Max? Hopefully you guys are short. Just got the cops. The nice, good job. I'm telling you, team, if we saw this every day, we would kill it. Because you guys start trusting to trade them with me, right? We're trading them hand in hand, and you guys are like, okay, this is... I start to see what Josh is seeing now. I love it, yes. This is great. Look at Max yesterday with A. Max, you're loving this now. I'm telling you, man. Max killed Akon yesterday on the way up, right? Was it yesterday with Akon, right, Max? Anyway. But yeah, James Short, cool. Good. Yeah, poor dog next door. That's what Avery yesterday, we had... Oh, no, not yesterday. If y'all remember, y'all were watching the afternoon stream with me, power went out. Because we had frontline windstorms come through and knocked our power out for half a second, got everything back up and rolling. But she was like, it's Avery, the worrier of her now that she doesn't have to worry about work. She's like going outside looking at weather now, my wife is. I'm like, it is funny. And now she's like, well, that poor dog next door, do you think it's outside? I'm like, well, the patio's pretty big like ours, and it has more like an L shape, so it can kind of get in the corner, and the way the wind's coming in, she's fine over there. I was like, it sucks, I know, babe, but it's funny how she's like worrying about all this other stuff because now she doesn't have to worry about work anymore. It's funny, it's cute. I'm like, good. I'm glad you can kind of relax. And 20. Wow. Okay, so EUDA again talking about halting on the dot. We had RDAC do that at right here, or whichever one it was. Right here at 7 after on the dot. Came live at 12 after on the dot. We have EUDA halted down at 19 after on the dot, looking to come live here possibly soon. RDAC should be 27. So RDAC's into a 10-minute halt. 10-minute halt for RDAC. We're going to go 27.48. EUDA could be coming soon here. And scale out along the way. Don't get all of it out, right? You see how I'm doing things. And if we start moving further and further away from your entry, then get to your scale out box and get smaller. Start to hold some of those shares. You saw how I scaled out even of RDAC, as sketchy as it kind of was at times for me, right? EUDA continuation here. In continuation going to 29 after. All right. HTCO on Monday. Okay, Max. I couldn't remember because we've had so many. We have these every day because we have recently. CAR on Thursday for me. CHSN on Friday for me. Move into to Monday. Yes, an HTCO that we got. Yesterday with Akon that we got a piece of. Now today with RDAC and EUDA. On the lunch recap today, we're gonna I'll have a lot to talk about in the small cap sector, at least when it comes to that. And this is what we're seeing. And again, sorry for the F-bombs, but I fucking love this. Like, give this to me if I again had this every day and knew it was coming and then saw it come and then I could trade it. I'm not kidding you. I would be done straight. I would be like, bye. I'm making 100K a month minimum. I'm making $1 million a year. I'm gonna have more things to worry about. A lot of taxes to worry about doing now. And now you guys know what to do and can trade them, and then we go off into the sunset. And you guys are like, yes, finally, I got something I can trade, and now this is coming all the time. It's not going to, most likely, obviously. But I'm just praying and hoping it would. XTLB, I'm going to move back away. I know buy as it's so slow. Not that XTLB is any faster, but it is tightening up into a wedge. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, bam, right there. Go from high of day for sure this time because you will see how many touches you have, and then boom. I did not get in on the halts after yesterday. It's all good, Bothy. It's all good, Bothy. But you just see, though, of course, how many people it looks like today. Honestly, right now, we have 10.33 for RDAC resumption price. So again, anyone, Daza that's in on RDAC, regardless of what play you're in, take half as soon as this goes live. Take half. You don't know what you're going to get out of these plays. And then scale out accordingly from that. If it runs in your direction, then start to try to scale out more. Just go half and half if you want to, because it is halting. Same thing for EUDA. As soon as this goes live, take half, you know. But right now, still showing gap downs for both of them. We haven't been right, although as much as you want to look at that, these haven't been that, you know, correct on the LULDs. Oh yeah, both. Yeah, still waiting on a response from TTP. Yeah. That was the one where we're, you know, again, where we're, you know, eventually where we're going to be wrong eventually. But I mean, how many, you know, we've been right on is the key. So yeah, I mean, again, all setups, right? You're not going to always be right. But that was, yeah, the one yesterday with Acon. Did hurt us there a little bit. Didn't run typically according to plan as we wanted to. With the gaps and the halts, as it was first doing the gaps and the halts, and it kind of stopped doing that, which it doesn't happen that often. Usually you just continue. Like this one was at least continuation, which I was right on. But usually, typically, when you get a gap up for, you know, of literally we'll call it $1.50, $1.60, I mean, the next one usually is 70, 80 cents, you know, minimum. And so I figured that's why, you know, we halted up here at 10, we'll call it 10.20. I thought we'd move minimum, and we did go to 11.20, but I figured this is where we'd honestly open up at. And then by rule of thumb, you know, move to that 12.20, 12.50 mark, which we did, but it was less with the gaps and the halts. EUDA really looks like it's going to be the one today that gets that more of that look. So it still has a gap down. Because right now, RDAC, yeah, was showing boom. So RDAC, take some profit here. Take some profit, hold though a little bit. If it gets back over 11s, and then you're out of it. See, this one's not doing. Now it's doing this. It's doing what it did on the way down, on the way up, on the way down. Look, it's doing these weird, nasty reversals, and then it's coming back in the direction. So watch for this to reverse back down harder here. This is probably going to go for another halt down coming up soon. Let's see if it sells off for more and if I'm right. Here it goes down for more. Here it goes from, I'm telling you, I told you, called it. It's doing the exact same fucking thing on the way down that it did up. It's doing the exact fucking same thing. It's giving you these crazy wicks back in the opposite direction, and then it's going for the halt down. Boom, right? So it's running the way it should. It's just it's sketching out a lot of traders there when it kind of pops back through. Oh, it's going in the opposite direction. No, it's not. It's faking you out. You know, right now, I guarantee you this play halts and gaps its way. Maybe we finally see a gap. We didn't there. You know, they were right where it kept showing less and less of a gap down. Now it's showing 940. We'll see if EUDA gaps down as much as it's supposed to, showing 1585. I bet this play does, and yes, look at that. This is the one that's running like it should. Gapping up, now we're gapping down. Right now, hopefully, Max, you got out most of that. You got out some fit. Now, Max, just take it. Now, Max, take it. I would get out of this, Max. Get out, Max. Just get out here. You got great profit area taken. Hopefully, you got out of that. Still got many dollars out of it. Multiple dollars. Let's say many, but we'll call it a couple to few. But again, did get the gap down, but now we've moved right into a halt up. This is where I do this with these plays and go, okay, whoa, where are we going? Nice. Good job, Daza. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Yep, and then Daza right here, you got 5 shares left. Soon as it goes live, what I would do is do one at a time and just learn to be quick on the mouse, you know. Or if you want to do 3 and 2, if you want to scale out twice, because you'll be in the profit taking to where it won't hurt you as far as fees are concerned. You know, 75 cents, you'll be enough in the profit to where that's not going to hurt you. Or if you just want to leave the 5 and see if it continues to go down. But this is where I would, in my opinion, I would probably do one at a time, especially if we open with another gap down. If we do here, especially gap down, you're going to see what you've been seeing. We're going to see a quick back up, and then it's going to right back on down. I don't see how this play minimum doesn't come down to pre-market highs, and maybe it does bounce. And so maybe take it all if you see 9 to 875, 850 area. Max, hopefully you took yours too as well. Yeah, I'm out. Good job, still a novice. So only short. There you go. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You are good. You can see though, especially now again, this one's a little more with the wicks. It's not giving us the true gaps. But when those come, those are the easiest. You just look back. I mean, again, on the way up, Max got one with HTCO to start off with on Monday. That was a little bit better example. This one's good, too, if you got in early enough. Max did on the way down good enough. Right here, he got in on this halt down, I think, right? And so you get on that first halt up or that first halt down, and now sometimes it's the second halt up that can be good. Like this one, that's what I was saying, get in. Because you got in at 20, you got 2 points minimum for free. You know, even if you got out and you got scared, you got 1 point for free. You know, so when you start getting to trust, okay, 100 shares, heck, whatever. Maybe I'll lose 2 points. There's no way I'll let it go 2 points against me, even with the gap down. That's $200. But to make, especially like I said, this, in the end, to make possibly 2, 3, 4, 500, and then sometimes these go Banana Joes, like you've seen that I've been in. Right now, they're just not getting that Banana Joes. They're getting bananas, but they're not getting Joe to come on and have fun with them too as well. Nice downtrend break. There's that wedge. Finally broke. XTLB, this is what I'm talking about. Put your lines in and trade them. Nice little pop-up. Good job, James. Yeah, good job. Yeah, good job. Yeah, James Max. And again, I don't know how much you made. Good job, though. You made profit, and that's the key. That's the key, is that you guys made money, and you can see how these plays are profitable. You got to learn to trade them. You guys have to learn to trade these. I promise you, if you do, you can make easy money. It's just trust in the chart. Go in small at first. The more you do it, the more you'll start to learn how to trade them. These are a little bit more inconsistent, where they're not giving us there's the TCGLs of the world that just go full blown holy, and there's other ones like it that get more, like that are like that. They get crazy gap ups, move just straight to another halt up, gap up straight. I mean, it's just straight up. There's no hesitation. It's just woof. Those are the craziest. Crazy. And then you get the ones that are similar to that, like, that don't go as much, but they, which I could go to SMX when it did run, similar recently to, gosh, I can't remember them all. But anyway, you get my point. That maybe go from 5 to 50 or 10 to 45 or 10 to 50 or even 5 to 25, 5 to 20, right? And they're getting those crazy gap and halts up, where it's now halting up at 10, gaps up to 12, rips to another halt up immediately and gaps up another 2, and it does that up into the 20s. And then does it maybe on the way down too, as possible, maybe as well. I love those. When you get those coming, when you get it's halting up and gapping up and halting up and gapping up, those are just, man. And then when they do that, start doing it on the way down, so you just know that, hey, that first halt down, we're going to gap down. That's just what we do. And then just like we got here on EUDA. And then you'll get the EUDAs of the world. It's kind of similar, the ones that go from like 10 to 25. It went bananas, but nothing super crazy. Yeah, these plays can go up and almost all the way back down, but then maybe they go back up again. And it's kind of like a basketball effect where you boom, and you slam the ball down, it comes back up to the mid, I say mid, but the low 20s, like 22.50, 21.50, and then comes back down, then bounces back up again in 18.75, and then, then comes back down and then just slowly settles and kind of rolls out, I should say. Oh, other cousin. That's weird. That's weird, other cousin. That's all of everyone else's. Let's go to myself here, so I can just take a look at. Yeah, mine looks right on EUDA, so I don't know. That's weird, boss. That is weird. Or is there an EUAD? Oh, it's because you're on EUAD. It's EUDA. It's EUDA. You're on the wrong ticker. You're on EUAD. You are on EUAD. It's EUDA. It's UDA. EUDA. That's what's wrong there, other cousin. That's the difference right there, my friend. I was like, is there a ticker that you're looking at? That's it. That's the gist of the gisters. Daza kind of liking these halts, boss. Yeah, Daza, you caught one with me. You traded a halt down before. You got the gap down. Didn't get the full fruition on that one. That was kind of that like Acon from yesterday that just doesn't want to go back down to where it came from. But we still got 2-3 points out of it, and then I think minimal, a little over $1. But a lot of our shares, we were right at about at least 2 to somewhere between the 2 to 3 mark. But yeah, it's I love these. We're seeing a lot more movement. SPY ripping here. All right, Ripperoni, come on, do it. More movement than I anticipated. I haven't looked at a lot of large caps. I do have a one-on-one coming up here. I think it's a little less than an hour. I think it's at 10:30 my time, 11:30 Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And so I'm going to take a break before then, but we do have XTLB looking to maybe possibly bull flag and squeeze and go for more. I am 100% sticking around to at least see where EUDA goes live here, which would be a 10-minute resumption time of 39:24. RDAC 10-minute resumption would be 38.34. Price that I have is 912 for RDAC. EUDA shows 1766. Hey, we're green today, and I like it. I think we were, I don't know, both of you. I think you're green too. You nailed XTLB. You set out the halts today. James got EUDA. Max got EUDA. Daza in with me. I think also Aussie Chick in with me on RDAC. I'm on the way up. I think Aussie was as well. Daza's riding it back down. Love it. Yeah, this is trust me, this is more like what I wanted. You know? I hated where we didn't have a lot of trades for weeks, you know, where I'm just like sitting there and, you know, they're going to have times I know we're not trading a lot, but I hate it. You know, I don't want to just sit there and you guys are like, well, am I wasting my money with this guy? No, you're not. I'm just patient. You know, I want to sit back and, you know, I'm picky with what I want to, you know, I want to date something. I'm picky. Okay. You go look at my girlfriends. They smoking and they're cool and down to earth. They're fun. They're athletic. You know, there's something about them that kind of drives them and drives me insane, sexy thinking about them. Anywho, same thing with the stocks. I'm looking for the same thing. Right back down where the downtrend and trend line meet. This is a good bounce opportunity. I'm, again, probably going to sit on my one trade for the day, which is fine with me, but this is honestly a good setup right off the downtrend of the trend line. Let's see if this three, again, it kind of happened out of nowhere. It'd be just market ordering in, which is not bad. But again, get back up to 385 would be target number one. You know, of course, you would have been like to be filled at the 360 mark, 365 really at worst. Back up to 385 for target one. Target two would be back up to 405 to 415. This should hold. Downtrend and trend line when those come into play together like that. Are we going to go live here? RDAC. First here at 38.34. What do we got, RDAC? Yeah, I'm green. 1 for 2. Lost one. Good. Let's see. 360 or good balance level for XTLB. Yes, you were all over it, Aussie Chick. Yes, 3. Yes. All right, Daza. Let's see if we don't get what we've been getting. I would say Daza, if this gets back through and looks like it's going to halt up, like right now, Daza, then just get out. Boom, take it. Because it's going to start doing, it could start running back up again. So now you see it's going to halt up, cut it. And hopefully boom, you're out. I know you're out. I just saw your 5 shares there. There's Daza. 5 shares. Where's it at? Daza, where is he at? Where's his 5 shares at that just went through? So many shares were going through there. Oh, you missed it. It's okay. You had the eye. You've got the touch. You know, you're with the bounce master. And yes, that is 100% it. You were all over it. It's good though. And you're good. You're good, other cousin. Yeah, don't explain lack of order. Exactly. Someone asked one earlier too if I missed or may have missed out on a question. I'm sorry if I did. Daza, forgot earlier. RDAC, where are you going to mark? Okay, no, that was the question. No, it was Bothy. Sag T, bounce at 2 to 215. My bad. I missed that earlier, Bothy, and that is my bad. Sag T, you said 2. What? To 215, right? Is that what you said? Where is this at? 2 right there. Yeah, 2 to 215 support and lower VWAP band. Yeah. What's funny? It just bounced off of that area, Bothy. So just getting over that to XTLB, it is bouncing off that area. It's again so far down and lost a lot of volume. It's kind of one of those. I'll see if I get the move back up. And to me, these are the ones that can test your patience and discipline of, I'm going to put an order in. Let's see if I get filled. And if I do, it'll be a slower play, which is good. I'm not going to sweat as much. It'll be easier to manage. I can probably stay in this play longer. So that's definitely, I don't know if you took it. If you didn't, that's fine. But those are the ones that I would say, start taking those a little bit more often for newer traders, so you learn how to manage and scale out more, because those are the ones that help that you can scale out more. You're more volatile. Hey, I shorted the top XTLB. Oh boy, it's crashing. Oh boy. You start, it's just moving too fast to where your motions and everything get tied into that quickly. And so you usually you get out of the trade and you're like, oh, what? Shit, what just happened? Where a SAG T being so slow, you're not going to, that emotional rush won't overtake you, and you can manage that trade a little better. That makes sense? Good job. Okay, so took the everyone's banking on these halt plays today. Now, other cousin finally into the game here. I love it. All right, so we are live here. I was about to say EUDA is live here. I forgot to sit there and talk about that one. Gap, small gap up, spiked up, back up to max's 20 short area, then right back off of it. This play will probably start to fizzle out for the time being. We may get a second round of EUDA, but right now, guarantee you it's going to fizzle out. RDAC looking to do possibly the same thing here, team. These plays like to, when you see the first play, run, and it pulls in a second play in EUDA. Then EUDA essentially starts to do, or I should say RDAC now starts to do what EUDA is doing, right? So first we have the leader in RDAC. EUDA does it and does what RDAC does. But starts to pull a new trend and bounce back up off the halt downs, and now look what RDAC decides to do the same thing. So, know that if you're in long, other cousin is my point. RDAC, as soon as this goes live, it's going to see a quick pop up probably. Regardless, make sure you take profit in the 10s. And then if you get more movement up, 1060 and then 1120 area would be your main goals to get into if it stays up above 10. But don't be surprised if it does what EUDA did, pops up a little bit to 11. You get better profit. Don't think it's, oh boy, here we go, now we're really going to go. No, it could do exactly, and probably does do exactly, what EUDA just did. Pop up, reverse down, then fizzle out. May see a second round out of these, but we got round one, which is key. We found them, and I was on RDAC and talked about this. It's just boom. And we talked about it, RDAC right there. Got some profit out of it, went long today. Then we got sympathy from EUDA. So a lot of people over in the live stream, whether they took the ride up or the gaps and the halts down, talked about this play. And again, pull up RDAC's the daily. It's an acquisition company stock. Every time you see an acquisition company stock with the daily chart, you're going to see it just like RDAC's today. And when you see that and it's up, gapping up, whether it's news or not, and it comes back down, just like RDAC did, up and then back down, this play still has high potential to pop in market. Oh, there we go. Well, it did up and then down first, so hopefully, other cousin, you took your profit there, and there's your quick little wick to the 1060s and 11. Let's see if it actually can hold up for more here. So I think everyone's in the green today, I think. My gosh. Ooh, there's your 1120s. You better be out most right now, other cousin. You better be out most right there at that 1120 mark. We talked about it. Fuck yes. I love it. Okay, this is a good job though, the other cousin. And hopefully you took some there. There's your 1120s. I'm in. I set the stop loss at 205 and just letting it run. Not there. Boom. Look at it, and it's back. There's 230s there for you. Now again, not at the small little pop, I know, but yeah, that's what you got to do. Start taking more of those trades. That's what Aussie chick. I've gotten her to take a lot of those trades. Of course, February into the AKNR. That's huge. It helps your confidence. Where you can just sit back and watch a slow and steady play. Oh my gosh, RDAC into the 1160s there. Let's fucking go. Other cousin, I'm sorry, boss. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that spread's pretty nasty on it. That spread is pretty nasty. I do see the spread. Hate it though for you, because you were right. Because you were right. Oh, 3 red trades. Son of a bitch. Yep, Daza. Good job. I'm glad. Hey, if you're not green on the day, I'm sorry, other cousin. I want us all green. And there's the move up. It kind of really got right to where I figured it would get to. And with that spread, you do have to hold it. That's why, I was wrong at first. If you think about, it's a lot like what happened to you. This candle didn't last very long. I know it shows a red candle in a 1 minute time frame. It's just because of when it opened up. But this candle was red at first. When this first came out, I was boomed down. I was down, 60 cents, 50 cents. So It's going to happen, at time to time. But boom, then in the end, of course, then I get 2 points out of her. Just sometimes you have to have a little patience with these bigger spread plays. I hate that for you, other cousin, because this one's definitely a good trade you took. It just was a quick wick out of the bell, and it's just getting me out of the open. But they've been doing this. Halts and beside even the first gap up, boom down, gap up or resumptions. What are you going to say from the halts? Down, 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 but up. Now on the way down. Up but down, right? Now we're going up again, down but up, right? So we're just doing the exact same thing over and over and over. So unfortunately, I know you're trying to take it all, but that's why I love scaling out. Because even if you would have done that, took half, it would have went up so fast. Next thing you know, then at least the next time you're looking to scale out, you would have been in the green. So, I know we talked about it, or I did at least with both of you guys. Have got to start putting in at least 2 orders. So if you're going to 100 shares, go 50-50. If you're going in 50 shares, go 25-25. Oh my gosh, this is going to hit new high of day. I almost want to jump in right now. I think this is about to squeeze and go to 1250. Oh, I don't want to touch it though. This upper VWAP band is telling me everything right now. Oh, it may not though. It may wick again before it gets there, but it looks like it wants to squeeze the new high of day. We'll see if we get it here. Nice, good move there. Again, I know it's definitely the spread on this. They're volatile. It could scare you for sure, 100%. So I get, not trading these, or if you're not that good at it, you got to be quick. Got to have some patience and let them move too as well. RDAC. This is, I'm surprised we haven't squeezed up to that yet. It's now starting to level off there, but it does seem like we're about to squeeze into the 12s here again. I'm surprised we haven't, to be honest. Oh, come on. Just let me be right. It's all I want to be. Oh, okay. Let's go. Anything else moving in the small cap sector? I'm going to take a break. Again, I know we've had a good morning. It's been fun. Did my best to get you guys on the green side of things. If you're not, take a break, take a walk, take a chill pill. There's always tomorrow. We really haven't had a lot of good technical sound moving plays. Let's just be honest, we haven't. It's been a little hit or miss from these pre-market plays and what runs, and I've been all over it. What we see in pre-market, we're not really looking at an hour or two after the opening bell. Like right now with XTLB is a prime example. SAG-T, another prime example. These plays just haven't really been running. The plays we're looking at in pre-market aren't doing anything after the opening bell. Any last questions you guys have here? I'll go live for a couple more minutes. Take a little breather before I get into my one-on-one. Of course, then I have the lunch recap with TTP from 1 to 2 Eastern, 12 to 1 Central Time. And I have, of course, then I'm back to the one-on-ones this afternoon. But just seeing if you guys need any help at all. Any help at all, any questions, anything you want to go over, let me know now before I take the BREAK. And here comes, I'm telling you, 1250 just seems like a lock. I just can't believe we haven't hit 1250 yet. New high of day is incoming. It's just, come on. It's just so choppy, this move is. I know it's coming, but it's just, it's like, just go. A lot of selling, though. You see that in here. Dang, a huge sell-off right there. We just soak back on up a lot of the time here. Just this upper VWAP band. This is what's kind of just surprising me that it's, but again, it's these acquisition companies that are a little wonky. The fact that this is rolling up, I'm surprised we just haven't shot up into that area yet, which it does still feel like we're going to get it. I mean, how many shorts are getting annihilated on this thing right now, too, especially, like, gosh, every time they think they're going to get a reversal, and I think it may start to come in soon. This plane needs to pop. Give it another minute or two. It needs to pop. All right. Taking the break, team. Just making sure you guys are good. Good. Other cousin, Daza, Bothi, Ingrid, Max. Max loving life this week. James got some good money today. I'm definitely happy for you guys. Chatting it up today, too. Chat's looking smooth. Cosmic Rays was here earlier. I don't know if Cosmic was just sitting on the sidelines. maybe took a trade with this or not. Any of the other wallflowers out there. I'm going to take a look at large caps real quickly. SPY's been the main one for the day. Nothing too crazy. Google, though. Google, big move. Google, big move. Big move from GOOG today. Thanks, Josh. Yes. You're welcome, though, Dasa. Glad you got some profit. Glad you're trading. Back from vacation, just watching charts this morning to get back in the room. Nice. It's funny, I was just thinking about you, Saline Girl. Because I know you look at futures, and I was like, anytime, I literally, in my head, within like the last minute and a half, was like, don't forget, you can always say, Josh, can you look at, MNQ for me so I can make sure I have the levels right? So don't forget, I am always happy to look at other charts, and it's just charts for me. I mean, that's all I'm looking at. I don't care what it is. Although we'll say right now, MNQ has strong resistance from late last night into early on this morning at midnight, right around 27,300 area. You got to have a line in, of course, give that about 10 points or so of movement, maybe even 20 points, up and around the, 2730. I should say 27,310, 27,310, so 27,310 to 27,315. That area is strong. So 27,310, 27,315. Down below, we're building up strong support, so watch for a reversal back under 27,280. Under 27,280 is where you look for the reversal and short back down to 27,270. Under that should head down to 27,250. So that would be your main areas to look for. Major support down low for me would be at 27,200. Yeah, that's key. 27,200, at least from as far as a couple of days ago through yesterday, really strong through today. Oh, that's late yesterday through last night, but somewhere right around 27,200-ish area. Give or take 10 points above it, I would say. Although this does set up, like the SPY here, at least the Qs, especially MNQ, 5-minute time frame, building the tight flag up top. Look for that breakout. So if I say that 27,310 is strong resistance, well, if we break over it and we go up to say 27,350 or above, then that 27,310 marks your bounce play. So you just sit back and wait. Oh, and there's your fucking called it, bitches. There it is. Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. Let me get that. I gotta get that heating pad out. Oh, that would help this out probably tremendously. Amazon big move too, in anticipation of earnings. Oh, fucking give it to me. Give it to me, baby. 267.29 is all-time highs from a couple of days ago. Give it to me. Oh, my portfolio's looking sexy. All right, I'm taking the break, getting the heating pad out. Got the move on RDAC. Whoop, 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 whoop. I will be back on the mic right before my one-on-one. This play has reset. So EUDA, what I mean by reset. When the play is going crazy up, crazy down, we settle out right. Here's the basketball effect, and we dribble out. Now we've dribbled out. So now this can maybe go on another banger-ring move and halt up and gap up again. So keep your eye on EUDA for the round two. And what if you want to have patience and just to make sure you get a good trade, wish and hope it gaps and halts up. Halts and gaps, right? Halts up again at 1950, gaps up to 22. Halts up again, or gaps up at 24, halts up again. Now you're getting huge gaps. And now, hey, you know what you're waiting for. What is the short back down and getting this move? Okay. Sit back and wait for it. Otherwise, RDAC is really crazy choppy. Good movement in range, but very volatile at this point. Did show me with that upper VWAP band, we were going to move to 1250-ish area or higher. We did. But it's like every time we get to high, we come back down. We still have XTLB running. This is more of your slow and steady eddy play. Hey, Aussie chick, look at this 360 bounce we called out, team. Right back to the downtrend in the trend line, holding it off of 360 now. There's your bounce. That was the last one, really still in play in my opinion for small caps. Although, again, upper and lower VWAP bands seem to have XTLB caught in a trap. I'll be back here in about 30 minutes just to recap what we've seen this morning and anything moving forward before I get into my one-on-one. Love you guys. Sit back. Go rewatch the live stream and how fun that was on RDAC or whatever you want to do. Take a break. Get you coffee. Get you tea. Get you orange juice. Get you a water. Take a walk. Pet the cat. Pick up the dog poop, the dog shit, the cat pee. You know, what you got to do. Go get some stuff done. Take a little break. I'll be back in a bit. just jumping back on the mic here real quickly. RDAC all over this play today. I'm so happy we were on RDAC to begin with. Does seem like SPY is starting to now channel up. We have, of course, pretty big movement later, and I would imagine FOMC, back to that. I don't know if we're going to get a lot from FOMC today. I think rates stay unchanged. I don't think we get as big as movement as we used to. But that then with earnings, I just would imagine we get some good movement this afternoon, though, regardless. XTLB up the uptrend channel she goes. Everything else in the small cap sector is relatively slow and dead. Did get a little pop, little bit of a U-shape from SAG-T back on up there. And ACON's still trying to uptrend. It kind of reminds me a little bit of what XTLB's doing, but on a bigger scale up in the 20s now, is ACON. So those are still on watch. SAG-T, ACON, XTLB. And of course, our play that we are all over to begin. You know, we killed this play. Absolutely nailed it to begin with. I'm so glad I got on this with you guys to begin the day. Beautiful, 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 beautiful play right here for XT, or for I should say from RDAC. There's your resistance line and support line for RDAC on the way up. Probably gonna maintain bullishness. This isn't one I thought it was gonna be up and then right back on down. It's not. It's actually maintaining this move up. I think it's gonna hold. I would bet somewhere right around 1250, somewhere in here I'll put a line in. I'm betting somewhere in here holds as a support line in the end, somewhere right around that area, and it still stays up for the day. It looks like it's going to be one to stay up for the rest of the day. I will hope we get more of these, as we talked about earlier. You know, we definitely can make some banger moves, some banger bucks on plays like RDAC and EUDA. Of course, we've had this since last week, really now starting to move into this week, every day getting these halty type of movers. I'm heading over to my one-on-one. Again, if you guys need anything, always put it into chat. Otherwise, I'll see you guys back right before I go live, which again, don't forget, I go live over at Trade the Pool and just over about an hour and a half from right now, right at an hour and a half from right now. I'll jump back on the mic, though, right before I go live with those guys. And again, do the same thing, update, see what's going on. Of course, then you just come join me over there, and I'll be live for an hour with those guys. With them. Steve. Those guys, because Trade the Pool. Anyway, back in a bit. I was not anticipating this sort of movement. I will say that from RDAC today. I was anticipating it to go to maybe this area earlier at 1650 and then channel around, and I was all over the bounce play. It didn't quite come down there the first time. It really held up the halt area right around 1350. Then we finally came down to the 1250 line. I didn't even adjust. That line was in from earlier. Look at that line. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now we're rolling back. I mean, this is a little bit more than I thought we'd get, but I called this out in pre-market. So yeah, hopefully you guys took advantage of this today. And then even just here, right here, overall, this has been working out non-stop, and then now has moved off this line, and I don't know if we'll see the 345.50 mark again, maybe. But that last bounce, actually, earlier, I wish I would have taken that. I was in a one-on-one, would have been a great example. I just thought, okay, trend line crack, we're going to let maybe fizzle out. You know, these places have been doing that here recently. Now, this way actually stays in the channel, bounces off the bottom, goes back up to the top, made almost new high of day there in the run. I'm watching Amazon, of course, it has earnings later today. Big move from it. SPY, of course, FOMC coming up. We'll have the lunch recap for TTP in 20 minutes here, as they're going to do it a little later today because of, you know, JP. We're going to cover FOMC essentially. Oh man, they got in again there with 430 point move. There you go. There you go. Ingrid, Aussie chick, loving life. Aussie, oi, oi, oi. So Aussie's probably up pretty good amount today. And really, I mean, what are you up? I mean, you got to be up a good amount, honestly. You're day trading, you know, over the last 2-3 months here. Since February, so it's been, 3 months of trading now since this month essentially is over. Doing really good. I would love to trade this again, and I've thought about it, but I'm just going to leave it alone. You know, with that $900 profit, that's pretty darn good, and the challenge to get that back. And, you know, this is the huge gap right there. I wish we would get more kind of continuation from it. It's gotten hella move today overall. It's just getting to that point. It's getting volatile again, and there's not a really, I would say there's not a real true edge right now on where to get in at. Queenie, no, ma'am. Jack, get up. Jack. Get up, Jack. Come on, right there. Queenie, there you go. I'm sorry, Queenie. But this play is definitely a money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake what your daddy gave your mama. Whatever. I don't remember that name. Shake your money maker. 527. Good job. 527. Come on and get hot already for the young lad over here. I'm not that old yet, but I need a heating pad out because I'm my back over here, like I said. Oh man, we're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, good trading day. Good trading day though. Glad to have RDAC. I know some traders banked on RDAC. Some traders banked on EUDA. ACON. I forgot to bring this up. Well, AKAN. Also with big moves today as well. Again, I forgot to show that to you guys, how that's made a big move today overall too. And EUDA was really fun for you guys earlier on. That was good. A lot of you guys banked on EUDA as well. Okay. I swear I had it on there earlier to where it actually was like on there, but now it's like right on your side. It's like my oblique essentially is like pulled. Oh my gosh, shows. Come on. And I'm just gonna have to hold. I'm just gonna do this all about left arm right here. We'll just do it like this. Good job though, Aussie chick. Just jumping on the mic here for a few minutes here with you guys. We do have, again, most plays and traders I would say are on XTLB, RDAC, or ACON as I've been calling it. That's where most of the movement's at. Sag T really sagged down today. She turned into a saggy T. Had some movement earlier on, but nothing really that was, that's really significant in my opinion. And just looking where most traders or what most traders are talking about, and it does seem like RDAC really is the main one that most are at, and then you've got some ACON, however you want to call it, and then you've got some XTLB for your slow and steady traders that need a little slow. All right. Oopsies, didn't mean to do that. Freaking emails already that fast. Baya popping. Oh, Baya, is that popping? Bye. Oh, that's right. That was from earlier. I forgot about that play. No one's really talking. Oh, and that did just pop out of nowhere. That's why. And that's why they just popped out of nowhere in the last 5 minutes. No one's really mentioning that on the boards that I'm at. So yeah, buy it out of nowhere with the squeeze of Rooney Junie Boonies. Out of nowhere right there. Huge volume candle out of nowhere. Wowzers. So we did get a little pop there from BIYA. Probably just chills back on off. That's probably about as much as you'll get out of it as of now. Bounce play potential for BIYA back at the 170 mark. 170 area for BIA. Somewhere right around 170 down to around 165 is where I would take it down to. Margo, you're fine. Ain't no one here. You doing that growling stuff? Oh man, good eye there. Good eye there, man. New high of day. RDAC, new high of day there. Nice squeeze of Rooney. Still freaking going. Halting up here. Watch for RDAC here. Could be going for another halt up here. RDAC here. RDAC. Maybe you want to get another gap up play. Jump in 10, 20, 30 shares and we're halted up. There we go. I'll bet this play gets a gap up again. In my opinion, I bet RDAC gets a gap up. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. RDAC U is moving. What is this? Is this gonna type that in right? That's a different price. That's what? I guess that's the the units play. I've never even heard of units before, but whatever. All right. And it's I don't know if why that says 18, but it's at 12 right now. That makes no sense. We'll just watch Meta. Meta has earnings after hours, so I'll watch Meta. Google has earnings in after hours. So does obviously Amazon. So I've got those on watch as we move into the closing bell. And I think it's Microsoft is your other big one. Google, of course, there's GOOG and then GOOG with the L. So eventually I'm sure I'll stop watching BIA and move over to watching them, the main tickers that have earnings later today on my right-hand side. All right, I'm going to go munch on a little food here. Oh, new high of day. There goes XTLB. XTLB, new high of day. I'm going to go down to this same line here, team. I'm going to go down to this same line right here. And I'm going to put a new trend line in. There's your new uptrend channel on XTLB. And you can see I left the old uptrend line in just in case we popped to see if we would A, reclaim it, which we rarely do. And if we do, don't last that long. B, if we fail at it. And so far, we're actually failing at it pretty nicely. What a day. I'm in 30. Okay, it's like 30 shares. You went 30 shares, what you meant on RDAC. Right now it's showing a sideways resumption, but we just had a huge gap up. And then when we halted, did we halt down there? Yeah, then when we halted down, we had another gap down. So I just figured you'd get another halt. I'd figure you'd get a gap up. We've just gotten them here recently, gap up. That was a gap down with another gap down. So we'll see what we get here. in my opinion, I think she sees a small gap, but I think it's kind of like, I think what we're going to get is what we saw earlier. What it likes to do on the halts up, it likes to quick wick down and then fly up for more. So I would hold on to those. I would imagine this sees like 25 now. If you go back to like past short history here, 4-hour time frame on RDAC. Okay, that's right, 2285. So if we get over 2285, this is gangbusters. You know, if we get over 2285, this can go bananas, right? And that's only from like back here in, I guess, pre-market or after hours. I don't know why I'm seeing 2285 here. That's on 12/8. When I go to the 1 year 1 day, when I go to 12/8, it's not showing that. It's only showing 1611. That's really weird. Regardless, this play could really start to go bananas at this point, to be honest. Ooh, this is just fun stuff. There she goes. Told you. This should get up to 2450, 25 area, I would imagine. Quite to that target, I would imagine. Just usually that soak and, you know, where it gets into. Oh, now she may halt down here. May halt down now. May halt down here. So you could take a little profit there. You know, could have taken a little profit there. Would have got you, about a point overall as it was hitting those highs. Yeah, now it's about to halt down. This is going to become, at this point, could really start to do a lot of halting again, up and down. It's getting very violent right now. Very violent. I'm going to take a little break to get a little food before I get into, because I have, that audio media didn't know you came back. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I've been saying that all morning to Keto. Dude, I've been saying that they're just doing their killing shorts. Because I was saying to go along here, I was like, this is going to hold up. I don't see this play. And then gangbusters move there. Just a gangbusters move. Yeah, I would say RDAC probably is going to continue its way up. This is, and again, I get this a lot. Oh, Josh, is this going to bring back small caps? You said it's kind of been, no, well, I think we're going to continue. This is like Acon a couple days ago, and we're still getting Acon again today. We're going to get these random low float out of nowhere movers, right? I think your traditional run of the mill XTLBs, whatever, SL, XL, XB, whatever it was yesterday, the SBLX, I should say. You'll get your one of those a day. That kind of run, hold up throughout the day, give you a good slow and steady Yeti bounce plays, or, you know, continuation breakouts at time. More so yesterday with the SX, whatever, SBLX versus today XTLB, but both they're, you know, killing shorts at least into lunch, and then maybe you can look for your sell-off. This, though, a lot of the time, when you accumulate all of this, and unless you're a quick scalper and it's killing these shorts now, this has that reeking of wanting to squeeze and go for more. Again, this is just another chart setup too as well. Yeah, there's not a lot there. And so this is one of those plays that you have to go back and gotta dig, you gotta dig. And you can see what you're trying to dig back into. This has squeeze written all over it, a lot like RDAC. RDAC's chart says I have a lot of room to go. Just be careful shorting that. Yeah, the cannabis sector. I like it. Oh, I don't know if I'll hit the vape. I may. Let me try to get some food and then a vape. But yeah, the crap out of Moran dilution powder. Oh yeah, for sure, Taquito. I like see how you came back to my live stream. Do you see how you're an admin? It's been so long that I've been streaming live here, and of course when it was used to be on Fridays, that you're an admin. Like, how about that? I didn't realize that. Or you're a moderator or whatever. Yeah, you're a moderator. I forgot about it. Yeah. So I was like, why are you blue and what's this shield thing beside you? I was like, oh, because you used to be like, you were like one of my frequent ones that would be on when I would be live on Tradecaster, and I try to keep up with YouTube and you guys as well. If you weren't on Tradecaster, you were on the YouTube on those Fridays when I was live. Or a lot of the time, Deck would get kind of mad with me because I would go live on at lunch too as well if you weren't at Tradecaster, and he's like, man, you're supposed to make that private over on YouTube, and I never did for the most part. I always would leave it public. And I'm like, man, I'm trying to give, I don't have a lot of people that join on YouTube, so I'm just trying to give them a taste of what they're missing out on. But yeah, he'd always kind of gripe about that, and I'm like, I'd always just leave it public. Today I made it public after the opening bell. I was like, yeah, today's fun. This is fun. I'll be live a lot today. I was like, this is a fun day to make public. Let's make it public. I'll keep it safe in here. Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. Hey, exactly, my man. 100%. Because I haven't made anyone moderator. I need to do that, so I'll feel bad. So Aussie Chick, you might be a moderator. Come soon. So I might make a couple people moderate. I might just make everybody a moderator. It's like the Spider-Man GIF or meme, and they're all pointing at one another. You're a moderator. I'm a moderator. You're a moderator. I'm a moderator. I'm the moderator. No, but you're the moderator. No, I'm the moderator. All right, I'm gonna go take a small break. Trade the pool. Lunch recap. I'll put the stream link. Now, lunch recap, we're going to go covering FOMC hard. Of course, I'll be covering XTLB and RDAC hard. There's enough time for me to, hello, we better bring up these plays. These are nice, good. We got two 100% movers. One's up 300%, up in the 20s, and now we have our XTLB moving up to high of day at 100%. So love it. Absolutely. TTP, lunch, FOMC recap. And then here comes the link. Boom. All right, cool. I'm gonna take a quick little break, and I'll see you guys over there for an hour. And then, because that's the reason I'm try to get some food in now, because then after that I have to get into I'm getting into one-on-ones after that, right? So busy day for me today, which I love. But I will be back at the start of after hours. I don't think those guys need my help. I think it'll be fine. I think they have. I may pop in just to join them for fun after my one-on-one. But I do have a one-on-one. But I plan to, after my one-on-one, right when after hours start, get back on the horn and tell you guys what I will. And I've already said earlier, if you want to rewind the live stream, I gave you guys levels where to trade Amazon, where to trade Google, Meta, Microsoft. So we still have BIA on watch. Acon's kind of coming back on down. So keep BIYA on watch as well. INTC, INTC, yeah, for sure. Freaking INTC. That's one I wish I would have got. All these plays I wish I would have got. A lot of plays I wish I would have got in on earlier on these crazy runs that they're on, and I just feel like I'm chasing now. So, all on. If I can type watch into Power Hour. Taquito, the Cheeto, Bothy. If you're out there, handsome boy. Aussie Chick as well. Heading over to TTP, click on the link. See you over there in about 5 minutes. I'm going to eat as fast as I can. I'll figure out something.
Hey, Josh. Sorry, I'm trying to start up here. I'm having some issues with getting the YouTube stream going. So if we can hop in and then I can figure that out in the next minute or two here. I'm trying to find a better stream. Cool. All right. Awesome. I will send us in and then we can do the whole thing. Awesome. Sending us live. What is up, guys? It is Steve Tomlin here with Josh, AK-47 Smith, right here, and we are in the house with Jay Powell. It is time to watch the talk and see how the market reacts. We are currently selling off of that 1050 handle that we currently were previously basing at. That had been the pivot midday. Now it looks like we are going to test lows. We have some room to the downside, guys, so be careful if we lose that low. Let me get the stream up and ready for us. How you doing today, Josh? What's shaking? Oh boy, somebody's been making money. Well, we got to talk about that later because we did catch the short from 80 all the way down to 71. Okay, so RDAC here on our top left or top right quadrant. What a move out of the gates. So how did you frame this trade? Wow, beautiful. That's pretty. I love it. Yeah, I love when there's multiple names moving like this. XTLB in particular. This one doesn't look done to me. I
No,
love how it's
yes.
pushing out of this big base. Yeah, really nice action there. Awesome. Love to hear the small cap world is cooking. We are definitely keeping an eye on the SPY here. And let's start. I'm sorry, I'm pulling up a stream because yeah, we do have Powell live and talking here.
Look what Taquito said about XTLB. I like it. He's like, just a request, just saying like, hey, if someone wants to put some money into XTLB and kind of keep buying it, I'd appreciate it.
That'd be nice, right? Just pump my stock real quick. So we're gonna be watching Jay Powell here, just keeping an eye on him. I will be trying my best to keep tabs on what he says. But we got a lot of action today here, guys, and it's really interesting that we have FOMC. We have the last FOMC with our boy Jay Powell, and this
Yeah.
is aligning along with the biggest earnings day I have seen on the tape.
Yeah,
Literally in my
let me just say,
trading
I
career.
was really hoping he would finally break the chain and get away from the purple. I love purple. Got a purple Jeep. You know, it's Avery. It's me and my wife's pretty much favorite color. Up there with my favorite color is blue, but I love purple too. Come on. I mean, it's been purple ties for 8 straight years, I feel like, now with this guy. I mean, it's been wearing purple for so long. Give me a red. Give me green. Give me something bright on your way out. Nope. He sticks with the same old boring. I could just listen. If I could listen to this guy and take naps, I'd do it. You know, it's some of the most boring talk I've heard. Listen to him and his book reports he had put out. And you just sit there and go, God, boy, here we go again. Same thing as last time. But last one with
geez.
this man. It'll be interesting to have some change. I will say that. It'll be interesting.
That's funny. All right, so we know how you feel about Mr. Powell. I think that he might not be the most flashy, the most he's not trying to rock the boat, but that's what I want out of my Fed chair. So I'm hoping that Warsh is going to fill these shoes well, but in my book they're pretty big shoes. I think he did a pretty good job, and I like the purple tie, Josh. I'll fight you on that one. I think he looks just dapper in it.
I like
So
it, but change it up, man. Like, listen, do you have a purple vehicle? Do you have? I have a purple vehicle, my friend. Okay, I support purple probably more than you do, but at least let's go out. Yeah, rainbow tie. Give me a rainbow tie. Give me a black tie because it's your last one. So let's go out in all black. I mean, you come out with I swear to good gosh, you're the same book, last book, the last. That's like I'm reading the same book over and over. But yes, if that's what you want out of your Fed chair, something that you can count on being the same thing. Monday through Friday, January through December, that's your guy.
Absolutely. We are seeing a decent flush here. I'm getting on a 1-minute chart for SPY so we can get into how bad this is going to be. We just cracked the low of the day. So this is a rough look, guys. I would strongly recommend not being long unless you have a strong reason to be, because I'm really seeing the potential for this to flush out to previous day's levels. I would love to see 703, 705, 700 even. Maybe not today. Maybe that's a little crazy, but this week or the next week here. What I do want to point out here, Josh, when we pull the range up here, we really evenly transacted the 50%, the equilibrium. It was a nice curl up saying, hey, do we want to squeeze this thing? Do we want to say, hey, this is a failed breakdown? One of Josh's little inverted head and shoulders midday. Is that going to happen? Well, this was the level where it needed to confirm above. It tried once, it tried twice, and then the selling started. The bulls were on a timer to get over and hold over here by the time Powell got on stage, and I think in reality they were just getting a little bit of a better entry for this short right here, because we are now punching through the lows. I would expect 708 to be the next level to transact pretty cleanly here. If we're looking for a short setup, Josh, do you like playing these little wicks in a little bit under the previous low or over the previous low? But that's kind of where I'd like to get involved. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, retesting essentially the support area, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So right now, just straight knife.
Just something you see so often. I mean, that's the thing too. Like, with the trades I'm kind of taking, it's just something I see so much. Like when I'm trading, even though it's maybe sketchy or scary for some of these halt plays, like RDAC. I like it. Why? Because I've seen it a lot. I know the advantages. I know where my edge at. So if you see it work a lot and you're seeing it over and over and over, and there's a high win rate or a nice, essentially, in your brain you're seeing 60, 70, 80% of the time this pattern works out to where. Then you break that down to where if it wins that often, now you break down, okay, well, what's the return? Like how often and how good is the return? Well, say within my halt strategies, yes, it works, let's just say high 75% of the time. So within 75% of those trades, what do I get out of it? Well, about over half of those trades that are wins, they're really good wins. Why am I not attacking that then, right? Like if that's something that I can, it's like almost like pocket aces, and I can really put the pedal to the metal, and I feel like I'm going to get more pocket aces out of it. Then yeah, you're going to want to trade that setup heavily, and go heavy on it. So, yep, I like your thought process, and it's one of those things that you do see quite often for sure.
I was trying to get the order in time. I wanted to make sure the quantity was healthy, but it did do the wick up into that imbalance. I'm going to see if it gives one more look here to get in. And I will be playing U. Oh, geez. Wait, is U pro long or short? I'm going crazy.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it's long. Okay. I'm just making sure that I'm doing the right thing. So I wanted to short the long one, essentially.
Okay.
So I took a tiny little nibble there. Yeah, just to make it easy on my brain.
Got to make sure which one you're playing.
Yeah, just making it easy on my brain there. So I just got a very small starter position on that on the little wick up. I'd like one more push up into this moving average to get involved again. With the idea being, yeah, we ran a little bit too fast here, but this is a start of a markdown, I do believe. So the next level for me.
Yeah, I like the ones where there's an S in it to let me know that that's the short version of it. So I know that's so whatever. I'm like, okay, which one's upside down? Okay, the ones that have S in it usually, but yeah, sometimes you don't get that. So, but yeah, I know what you mean.
So we got the wick up. I was a little too slow, Josh. I think I need to wait for one more candle up at this point, but I'm pretty sure that this will start to work down and give me somewhere that even my slow fingers can get involved.
Slow fingers.
Sorry, what were we saying there?
Well, I was going to ask you because if this means anything. Because I usually don't look too far into FOMC and these voting, but this says this is the most number of dissenting votes since October of '92. Does that mean anything?
Most number of dissenting votes since October.
Yeah, it says, with Moran dissenting in favor of a 1/4 percentage point, blah, blah, blah. And it says, and Hammock and Kashgari and Logan dissenting again. So I guess there were 4 total. Inclusion of easing bias in statement. But I just didn't know, if that even meant anything. What a dissenting vote A is, and that it was the most since 92. So that's just, And oh my God, then Taquito just put that in there into chat, literally right as I'm saying that, federally exactly. And so it was just the highest number of opposed. Okay. So highest number of opposing votes. Okay, that's what makes sense. Okay, so four, the highest number of opposed. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I was trying to get out of it. I was like, the most since 92, and that just to me that's a long time ago. So I just didn't know if that really meant anything. If that meant a sentiment toward. A good long or sentiment toward, as in a sentiment toward up or down, essentially. I didn't know if that really would affect the market, is my point.
I think it's going to be more about the reasoning behind that. So I'm keeping it simple and just trying to watch the indices as a whole. I got filled on my second tranche here. I'm down a whole $4. Remember, I'm sizing small, guys. Not betting the farm on this, but just thinking we got the incentive to break low. Honestly, Josh, in terms of the impact of any one particular statement he may or may not make, I'm probably not the number one guy to go to. Where I kind of excel is being able to translate this into the technicals. So sometimes I do better kind of putting my blinders on and just trading the chart setup. That being said, I will try to get some updates on what...
You know me, I'm chart, and then once I get the chart built up, show me the chart, I'll show you the money.
Absolutely. I want to get a few more secondary indicators for us. My fingers aren't working. VXX is what I need for volatility, measuring that. And then I also want to measure how oil is doing through all of this, just to kind of get a gauge on this. Maybe we pull up some bonds too.
Ooh, yeah, that couldn't doubt. Yeah. I'm still watching RDAC here, team. If you want to look for a pullback, bounce back in around 16, I don't know if we're going to get it. This may squeeze and go for more. This has that look like it wants to explode. There's no real charting on RDAC. And this is one that actually called out my morning alerts too as well. So I'm super proud of this because it's just, I've seen these acquisition companies. It's Rising Dragon Acquisition. And a lot of the time there's no PR. It's got this random spike in pre-market, which now that spike looks like nothing. It went from right around the 6s up to the around 8. How about a $2 spike and came back down? So it was gapping up from yesterday. Then if you go to the 1 year, 1 day and kind of look at that chart overall, I can't tell you how many times I've seen acquisition plays have the same similar daily year chart. And I said this morning, literally on my Discord, verbatim on the Discord, I got to find in there as it is once I linked up to it. I said, RDAC on high watch, when I see this daily chart on other tickers in the past, these things like to squeeze up. Ugly daily for sure, but when I've seen that same look from other stocks, they have gone up. So keep it on watch. And sure enough, RDAC.
Looking good. So I don't know if you saw, I just tagged in a little bit. I'm just putting a tester, planting my flag with 5 shares there. I want to get 5 more off the 21. And I just think that this flag could be a decent structure to push on out pretty quick here. I'm liking what you're seeing a lot. Also, this previous high at 1850, an area of interest for me. I am seeing TLT and SPY popping a little bit. So want to keep an eye on this and see if into the VWAP here is another add for the short, or whether I should probably take it easy until I see what's going on. I'd like to add a little more short here, so I'm going to pull that up. I am seeing USO cracking, but this is all within the range up on top here, and I'm not seeing a big reason to assume that it won't hold these recent supports. I'm seeing more of a reason to fade the SPY off this middle point. So I'm going to just add just a tiny bit to that UPRO.
You're getting after it right here, brother.
Just a little bit. This is still a small position for me. I'm just trying to get a little more comfortable, a little more active, and just get some more skin in the game here. So for the RDAC, I do trust this less, so I'm going to put a stop low enough that it won't kill me for more than $20 or so. Let's see, double check. Yeah, I think I want it to hold right about 19 or so.
Yeah,
a little bit of room.
Seeing there too, that former original high and reversal off that 1850 area, which again, I have what's called it's 875 is a very 875 rule, but it's a very for whatever reason, I have no idea, like Kevin Avery in his 20 cent area, but 875, 1875, you'll see it all the way up into mega caps, 528.75 or 268.75, where these areas will come into resistance or support, not every single time, but a lot of the time. And so that area is going to be key. You can see where we just reversed back down to as well. Kind of the low in this run up in this flag is right around 1885, 1890. So that area would be huge to hold, and I think it holds that. You're definitely looking for the squeeze.
Starting to get a little bit of that curl up action there for me. I'm liking that look there. I am noting the strength on SPY, so I'm stretched a little thin trying to monitor all of these turnarounds. I'm going to go to my Twitter feed real quick. Let me know if anything's shaking and baking on our, what is it, RDAC? Yeah.
RDAC, I got it on watch. Yeah, we've seen a little move back on up. I was watching Google and Amazon today, big moves, of course, in anticipation for the earnings. Meta pretty ugly today overall and leading up into its earnings. And Microsoft has had some decent movement. Chart-wise overall, not that pretty, but it's had some movement. I'd say Amazon's had the prettiest day today. And what I want the most, although Google, not bad, but Amazon, give it to me, baby. Give me all-time highs. We've been talking about it. It's my true one long-term, holding it till I'm old and crippled type of play. Amazon here. I want this to the moon, baby.
I love it. I love it. What I am thinking here is, so we have the 4 big earnings, and I definitely want to jump into those. So, guys, remember, we are going to be going for the next 45 minutes or so here. Then we're going to take about a half-hour break and then get into the earnings prep before that. So what I'm thinking is, we have a lot of things to kind of process here. I want to let people know we are seeing headlines from Trump right now as well. Trump saying he suggested, let's see, let me start at the beginning. Iran has a small percentage of missile-making facilities. This is all from Trump. Trump saying they will knock down the rest of the missiles and systems if we do not make a deal with Iran. I suggested a bit of a ceasefire in Ukraine. And on Putin talks, he's saying, I think he might announce a ceasefire. Putin might announce a little ceasefire soon. So I think that might have been what that little bit of a surge was a couple minutes ago. And I'm fine fading that candle, fading that news, especially with TLT, with the 20-year kind of pushing up here. So just wanted to put that on your radar. And we will continue to kind of monitor all of these headlines. I'm also seeing 2 minutes ago, Fed swaps price 50% of 25 basis points rate hike by April 2027. Man, so many headlines today. I'm trying to keep up here.
Crow talking about, I guess, supposedly more stuff on the UFOs. Give it to me. I want to know as much as I can. Well, give it to me. I want to know all the dirty stuff.
And I'm watching the 2-year as well. The 2-year is pushing into the 3.94%. And that's the 2-year yield, to be clear. So that rises. That's a 10% rise, basis point rise on the day there. So getting a little spicy. And just because why not? Trump also 2 minutes ago saying we will be releasing UFO files in the near future. So what does that mean? I don't know. But stay tuned, I guess.
I want it, man. I want to know all the good stuff.
I want to believe.
I mean, come on. Let's just be honest. Not that we get too far off topic, but if we really think that this is you think this Earth's flat as well. If you think that we're the only people out in this whole entire universe, RDAC baby going for a halt up, hitting the LULD. It just was hitting the LULD there. Limit up was getting hit, so the limit up was starting to get hit there. It's bouncing off of it. They're fading it. It's killing shorts right now. It has been all throughout the day here. This, in my opinion, is going to squeeze. I've talked about this hitting 25 plus. There's no way it doesn't. Usually, typically, you get to these round numbers. 23.98 just doesn't seem like it's the high of day number, in my opinion. Nice, good squeeze right here.
Absolutely. I love it. So what I just did here to manage, I have a take profit for 1/3 of my position just into the highs, just in case. I don't know. I think that you're right. This keeps going, but in case we get one of these where it would have been prudent to take profit in case we start chopping under. Sure looks like a squeeze though. I also just inched my stop up to that previous swing low. If this squeeze move breaks, then I don't know how far down it'll probably go down to, but could go down back to 14 or so. So I'm loving this look. That's why I just jumped on in when I did, because hey, I'd rather be a little bit early than a little bit too late on something that can jump so fast, so quick.
Yeah, this could
stuff
see,
there.
like I said, this could see 25 and 20. Like where it's just all of a sudden you feel like you go to light speed, right? Where it's like you're going fast right now, but all of a sudden pull some of those on that light speed, and you're just like you gapped it. You're like 25, 27, 26. You're like, how did we just blow through 24 and 25, and we're now up at 26.50 and about to halt up? Because we see it so often in these plays. But yeah, it's these are some of my favorite stocks to trade, or these really quick, fast movers. It's, again, just playing video game sports, whatever it might be from back in the day, and you just get, you want that need for speed, so to speak, too, like me, when it comes to racing. So this is right up my alley.
I love it. And so, Josh, do you have specific levels you're looking for? I'm thinking this 27 is probably where I'd like to take the next tranche off, and then just leave some for the 30, I guess, and beyond.
The tranche, and yeah, it's usually 25, 27, 50. Every once in a while, you'll see 28.75 get hit, but yeah, 30 is going to be a huge number. And then over 30, that's when we can usually skip maybe to 35, and over 35, we can really start to skip through levels. That's I have my 35 to 50 break, which would come into play most likely on RDAC if this gets up to there. Yeah. Oh, and then look, and then you get this, and you get sympathy. Look at Akon is starting to get the pop. So Akon and Young Cheesy right here. Here comes AKAN. You can't forget about Akon and Young Cheesy, baby. Young Cheesy. There we go. Breaking that downtrend too, and that structure overall, especially if we candlestick confirm here, whether it's a 3 or 5 minute, one of those will really help bode this up well, get it back up to, and look at where that last fail was on the way down for Akon, is right around 28.75. So part of that downtrend we're in a fail zone, where we swept up and came back down to is right around 28.75, $29. So you'll see that, like I said, come into play with these small cap tickers, and you'll start to see it too the more you look and pay attention all the way up into the mega cap. So it's really cool to see that stuff.
It really is. Josh, I have one question. Are we a little bit worried that ACAN is starting to take off while we're waiting for our stock to try to take off? Is that a little potential false start, or are we just?
No, usually it's going to help it's going to help our play too.
Oh, okay, great. Well, as we talked about that, I just got filled, so yeah. If I get stopped out, this should be a.
Now, if ACAN was if that was at high of day, then yes, this is more of ACAN getting sympathy because we're up so high. And so it'd be one thing if they're battling at highs against one another, then you would get a little worried and go, oh, this is not what I want to see. This is showing people want to buy. We're all here to buy. We want that American Rebel beer. Where's it at? That's the best beer ever.
Hell yeah, I'm in. Hell yeah, brother. Sign me up. I'm just keeping an eye here. I almost want to see if ACAN, if it can come back to 25, I might put just a tester order there.
Right.
Just a tester, just because I think that would be a decent little area for it to come back to and then push on through. If I did get filled on that, my stop would be under this swing low. Pretty tight. Take profit.
So you think
high the flag.
You think if we get you some good UFO footage, you think you'll release the Bigfoot footage? Give us some
I had it on good authority. That was just you in your nature hike. That's
come on
not the case.
Come on.
Okay, it was bad source. That's why we check.
The one worrisome thing I will say right here is that 23.99 mark, where we keep coming up to and failing. So we've done that same area 3 times now at 23. I'm gonna, so it depends on what time frame you're in. If you're in a 1, you can see 3 minute. You'll see it. You'll see you've tapped that area a few times. So just want to hold the higher lows here. To me, holding 21 now is going to be key. At least 21, 21.30 somewhere in there. Is going to be key. So here we go. I'm coming testing this level. Long as we hold this, because we're still in an uptrend wedge, in my opinion, where we can still pop and squeeze back on up. Coming back down even to 20 would be fine. But if we hold this 21.30-ish area, this is still money for a move back on up. But again,
sir,
I'm telling you right now, my man, look for more of these. I think we're going to get more of these. Even for yourself when you're trying to get into small caps, and anyone else just listening to the live stream today. I know, of course, FOMC, we've got a great day ahead with earnings. We've seen almost HTCO, we have had so many of these over the last few days. AKN back again, the RDAC today, EUDA. You could pull up EUDA, was another one that's tried to get a little sympathy from this earlier today. So if you want to pull that one up for traders, that was another one today that went started getting some sympathy and went kind of banana Joe. So we're getting a lot of this kind of this movement. Yeah. So you can not only get good longs. Then there are a lot of the times, of course, that you can get good short. So that's what I was telling traders on this one. We got the kind of the last bit of the long, and then traders got short, and then it became a great short.
Yeah, that's a wild chart. Holy moly. And it likes to do this. It likes to pop a crazy percentage. I mean, it went from 10 to 16, 60% move, give back 33% of that. It's like very, very... Yeah, you can catch both sides of that. You're cooking. You said HTCO, by the way, Josh. Remember. So you caught it, I think, just about perfectly long, and then I caught it perfectly short. I didn't hold it because I had to close it for the account. Right. But I saw the next day where I entered. I got ran a tiny bit, but that was the top. So I just wanted to pull that up, maybe on a 5 minute, just to show that up and down move that was pretty wild. And that's why I think it's great that we have like small or short biased traders in here, as well as the long cap long squad, because then you can catch both of these here. So Josh, mentioned the run up. I mean, you were on this pretty early, I do believe,
Yes.
at least talking about it in the 20s. I don't know where your first entry was, but I know that we were talking about the base being built at 31 off of that previous day's high, and that ended up providing a couple really, really good entries, particularly that one there we mentioned. I didn't catch it. I think off stream you talked about getting in this consolidation,
Yep,
37.
squeeze up from it. Yep.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful one where I'd be scared because I'm not comfortable with going long on something that just jumped 25% in 3 minutes. But
right.
if you looked at it, it's doing all of the right things. And if I didn't see the percentages, how big this moved, if somebody just covered this axis and I didn't see all the prices, that would look beautiful. So I just got to trust the process a little more there. But what I can trust is when something goes up that much and then does a big knife like that, I think something's broken. And so then you get a dead cat, because you almost always do. I was early. I got in right at 40 here. I was thinking, hey, what's the biggest round number here? We just knifed through this big 37.50 level that Josh was playing off of. So I was using your levels too there. And then when it just squeezed there, I was like, all right. So I start with 5 shares because it can't hurt you that bad.
Right.
Stop over the top. And then by the close, I had to, I had to close up the account because it's the kind of group account for whoever's trading the earnings here. Didn't want to leave somebody with a big old stinker the next morning. But but this is a good example of how these ones, once they make the move, and if the liquidity has been achieved, if they've swept where they need to, it can just be, this was the real day here. Just straight selling from the 30 handle all the way down to a close at 842. Crazy follow through there. ACAN starting to cook.
Yeah,
I'm trying to jump into this.
Do what?
Even if it's just 5 shares, I just want to get a little taste because that looks really strong.
Yeah, we're getting juicy here. We're going to have a juicy power hour. I mean, obviously, over the next hour, I know we have now starting to settle down here with SPY. And just like we anticipated, not too much from FOMC today and movement from the SPY. But boy, we're talking about about an hour and a half from right now. I mean, I can't imagine how many points we're going to see out of Meta, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and both Googles, right? The one with and without the L. I mean, we're talking hundreds of points of movement. I mean, we talk about, remember when we did Meta on the last earnings report? Remember we did Meta and it was a big sweep down, then it was a huge 100-point move up. Seems like yesterday, and I went over that earlier. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot me and Steve covered Meta last time, and that was a barn burner. So yeah, I think today you guys are in for a treat.
It's going to be so spicy because there's so many moving parts here. We might see the market try to pump off one headline. Meanwhile, the next one comes out and then it's just like big, heavy. It's like 2 big choppy waves chopping at each other and meeting in the ocean. And we got to figure out where that current's going to settle. Meanwhile, by the way, our SPY short that we were loading into on the way up into the VWAP now starting to be very profitable. That one's moving nicely. So I should start to manage that. I will
got that
pop
nice
my SPY
lower,
chart to you.
That lower low pattern too. It looks like it wants to fill back in and engulf that low of day and even make new lows possibly if it keeps the pattern up here, which we pretty much have been in all day long with this lower low pattern. So watch for move down. I got 708 as a key level pivot point. Not that it will hold it, and it's always there, but that would be the next area in my opinion that we go down to. And just kind of doing the math today, as we go lower lows, it would put it right around that 708 mark if we get below 708.50. So nice, nice good short here. Good consolidation at the top, coming back on down. Didn't quite get to the WAP there, but yeah, just over on a nice good downtrend.
By the way, I got to jump in here, Josh. This is off of news, by the way. Trump is saying now Iran just has to say we give up. Trump on Hormuz blockade. It's been genius, foolproof. So there's a lot of... Oh, and we also have the crude futures settlement right there on the half hour. So there's a lot of shake and bake going on right at the same time there. Meanwhile, I was 5 cents away, just about filled on the ACAN on my second little tranche there that I'd like to get in. That one not working so far, but I am thinking that you're right. You said 708 is a big level for you?
Yeah, 708. Yep, I think that was my, I can't remember what, that was my normal low of day, or I think my normal low of day, and we're pretty much still almost at it, but was yesterday's low, and we're kind of is trying to hold that. We're now a little bit below it, yes, but then that was my next level down was 708.
And that's going to be just, let's see, 0.18. So do 3 times that for my triple leverage to get a rough target right about 123.50. That's where I'm looking to take my next trim off. And so on SPY, that's going to be this 127 fib of the range of the day there. into the big red candle that we got. So bulls are trying to hold a higher low here, and I do respect that, but I don't know if they're going to actually carve it out. So we're going to keep an eye on that there. Meanwhile, it does look like RDAC has taken off, but what I wanted to show you with the fib and why I like the 708 level is because that's essentially where it would be kind of testing the actual extension range breakdown. This is the level where it could just do a fake breakdown and then come back on up. And one other thing I do want to note, you can kind of see the very small potential. I don't think that this is as important as the swing low that we lost the morning opening range in. But if we do measure the same range from the opening range, the first kind of like a hour of trading or so, well, then we can see that we essentially did tag this 127 a few times and are trying to find a buyer underneath. That being said, tags like this, I think it probably needs to push lower still.
Speaking of going back to the RDAC, it's coming in. Mark me right now. Mark my words. I would say in the next 5 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, this play is going to get the pop to new highs, or it's going to get that full pullback to 20, if not lower. A move's coming. This is getting super duper tight. Overall, whatever time frame you're looking at, this is getting super crazy tight. It's a big move coming up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. No longer than that, I would anticipate it. I'd be surprised if we are at the top of this hour and done with the lunch recap as fast as these. I swear, this has got to be one of the fastest hours of my life when I do these with you. These recaps are awesome. But this is coming soon. It's coming soon. It does seem like it's up, in my opinion, just the way we're building that higher low pattern and still holding it. But just and another thing to note, I love using the upper and lower VWAP band. We have not been able to maintain a move above and hold today. We've gone above, come back down. So if this does pop up, it most likely is going to drop back down into the upper VWAP band. My upper VWAP band is right around 2320 area, 2315, somewhere in that area. So again, if this does pop up, just know that it's going to be a quick move up and probably right back on down. I just haven't seen that overextended move up over the upper VWAP band today. So just also keep that on watch. So if we do squeeze, I think we'll come. I mean, a good example is XTLB. That happened today. It got above the upper VWAP band, but the upper VWAP band stayed flat. Boom, it's right now back down below it. Same thing early. Now I'll have plays where the upper VWAP band runs up, and it'll run up with it, but not. And I went over this yesterday, and that was something a lot of my people in the live stream haven't really heard of me. I talk about the upper and lower band, but not how to use them. And what I'm looking for is just even that generality of, hey, they don't get above it, and if you do, it's no more than 30 minutes, and then they're right back down below it. They'll ride up if it's going up. If it's one of those things where you, it's kind of going up, but kind of getting sideways, even sideways, like XTLB is, it'll go above it and come right back down and soak below it. It just never, even with the lower band, it's very few and far between where you see it get above or below the bands, and it's got to be a crazy sell-off. Like today, the SPY is a great example. Gets a little bit below it, but it keeps bouncing pretty much right off of it, comes right back on up.
Nice. We are seeing a big push in SPY. I'm trying to find exactly what's caused that. He did just say it's his last press conference as chair. He also said a minute ago, in near-term, energy prices will boost inflation. Just a little recap of what he said previously. He said housing sector has remained weak. Labor demand has clearly softened as well. And part of the slower job growth reflects lower immigration. So we are having and we are having the ACAM start to pop here as well. Interesting price action here. I'm probably going to have to step out of the short. It's starting to go against me pretty decently there.
BUY is also moving. That's another small cap mover that finally got a quick squeeze, the new high of day. So BIYA. For more of the slow and steady movers like XTLB, that's another one. So keep BIYA on watch. Now that XTLB is not fading back down into that lower VWAP band, we do have BIYA taking its spot as the kind of the more slow and steady eddy type of play.
BIYA. Yeah, that's a great name. All right, so I got to have a stop over that wick over there. Wow, BIYA cooking with gas here.
We're soaked right
back.
Whoa,
and SPY coming on back down.
Whoa. Whippy action right now. Is Trump dancing? Is he doing some dance? We're not watching Trump. Is he? What's he doing?
Well, we got the Powell and the Trump back and forth there. Let me see if Powell's still talking.
Maybe Oh, that's what he said. He said. Oh, he did say it. He said he's releasing the Bigfoot footage this weekend.
Oh God. Oh wait, we have Powell want to congratulate Kevin Warsh on vote this morning. Fed is resilient, capable, staffed by professionals. I welcomed announcement last Friday by DC attorney. So what he is doing is he's trying to instill confidence that even if we install a Trump yes man, that is not a disaster because he is leaving a very competent and well-run staff. They are data dependent, data driven, and they will do what they need to do, even if it means going up against the yes man wash. That's how I perceive this, and we just have to see how the market is going to interpret that and if they believe it. That's where I'm at.
Like it, yeah, yeah. I think so too. I hope so. But yeah, that's what they're getting. What Warsh is gonna be. He's gonna be yes man. Do whatever Trump tells him to do. Puppet, essentially, whatever you want to call it. But hey, that's not a surprise for me. But yeah, the thing will be just continue to do what they're, like you said, they're all systematic in what they're doing as far as their for the Fed rates and the decision on them. So there's no point to change that.
Right. Exactly. So we will see how much the market is willing to kind of play ball with this new meta, and we'll see how much of a taper tantrum, not taper, but Fed tantrum that they throw if this is not. I mean, I don't know what the market's really looking for here, to be honest. I'm gonna have to reevaluate on our little break, and then I'll come back. And as we talk about all the earnings, I'll also give a little bit more of my thoughts on this once I have time to let it cook, let it simmer. Because Josh, we've been streaming most of today, and I gotta wrap my head around the price action and the statements, most importantly. Lots to process here.
Oh, tacos and nachos, says Jesse. All right, love it. Throwing out the tacos, throwing out some nachos.
Making me hungry. Good to see you, brother. How you doing, Jesse? And Taquito, I'm not sorry, not Taquito, Crow, saying, putting out this perspective, Powell was the Democrat, yes, man, don't be mistaken. So, I mean, I just want consistent fiscal policy. Just give me that and I'll be happy. I don't want to politicize it any further, That's where I'm at. Just give me something that's reliable where I don't have to watch Twitter more than I can watch my economic calendar, I want a market that makes sense. or I won't be stubborn. If this is the meta, I'm not going to be one of those complainers. We play what we get. So if Basant's the shadow leader pulling the strings and getting us these awesome pump and dumps essentially on SPY, these crazy dumps off news, and then just riding the ship and using that as fuel to burn those shorts and move higher, then hey, that's the name of the game, and we'll make some good money. No shame in that. Come on, SPY, can you do the breakdown? I'm still in the short. I held through a little pain, back to green. I'll take some off if it starts to go against me here again, and they start to push it up. But to me, it looks pretty weak. And RDAC, sorry. This one's still looking pretty solid to me, but it's just getting so darn tight, like Josh was saying.
I'm surprised. I was thinking right about 40 after, so I still got a couple minutes left on my guess or what I figured. But still, I figured right around by now. Not the time of 40 matters, but it's just we are and we haven't made a move. I'm surprised we're consolidating this tight in this small tight of price action area for as volatile as much as it moved today, up tight, and just the wedge too as well that it's built in. So. There's definitely going to be a good size move here coming up soon. It's starting to get a little archy though, and look a little heavy up top though. I will say that. Tough. So and it needs to get going soon. I'll mention that a lot throughout the years when I trade small caps, where you start to get that antsy feeling, and so then everyone else is getting that. Gotta imagine how many other traders. So it just takes a little bit to get the avalanche going. It just takes a little. Oh, he's out, and then next thing stop loss again, and then the avalanche comes in. And then you halt down at 1955 or whatever. You have this huge sell-off and goes into a halt down or something. But still overall, for the most part, maintaining this higher low pattern. So we can still squeeze here.
You know what? I think, Josh, how do you feel about moving my stop up to 2090 or something under those recent swings? Because I'm not sure. It might be rejecting here, and I'm worried about a bigger push down like you're mentioning. But previously my stop was at 1950 there. What do you think about that? Or are you just when it feels bad, I'm out?
Yeah, when it feels, and that's usually generally I'll have a spot, but then also that, and so I'll give it to 21, like you were saying, maybe a little bit below it, and if it starts to crack back below, does it do it real quickly and back up, or does it just really start to cave on off to where I feel I need to get out? And so it's one thing when you're in small shares like you are, you can manage it that way a little bit more versus a trade that maybe you're in heavy. When you're in heavier, I'm sticking to my guns. Whatever my stop loss is, I'm not going to give it any room. I don't care if I feel iffy, but no, it's just as a stop loss, I'm sticking to it. But when you get the plays a little bit lighter, you can give them a little more room to run, and I think you should. That also helps out you and your normal trades. You're like, okay, I need to let this run a little longer. I feel like this isn't, but I've done this before. And sure enough, when I get out, because I feel like it's getting weak, then it goes. And so I need to start, trusting the chart and understanding that, hey, it's not done until it's done. The fat lady hasn't saying yet, it hasn't hit my stop loss.
Love it, love it. No, I'm totally with you. And I also love just talking about how it's not just us kind of just sitting here waiting on this thing, right? We're just all watching this consolidation, and hopefully this isn't a little bit of a liquidation down. But either way, this is on a timer because it has to make a decision by this point. It has to do something, either resolve up or down. And another thing, let's see, what were you? I blanked on it. But just in terms of moving my stop, to be clear, only ever moving my stop to tighten my risk once this play starts working. Once I've already I took the trim off the top, I added the trim back. Now we're slightly under that, so I need to start thinking about contingencies. Well, what if I'm just wrong? So I'm just moving the stop up from here to here, because if it loses these two lows, like it might be, then I think it might just power on down a little more. We will see. It does look like I'm probably going to get stopped. There's the stop. All right, minus $10 on that trade, so made like $8 here. Basically flat, I think.
Yeah. And look what I said, 1950 and halt down. It's literally halting.
That's a halt down. So you said it perfectly. And my thought process was, I'm going to put my stop right under this big 2065, this big level. I know the psychological level is 20, so I felt a little weird putting it over that. But my thought process was, I don't know exactly where it's going to halt, if it does halt, but if it loses this big level, it could be really fast. Yep. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't get caught in a halt down, which luckily I didn't. Yep. So,
because you're going to get a gap down on top of that, and then, so that's how you trade those. You did such a good job there, and you don't trade them that often. So just letting you know that you did that perfectly. You did that perfectly. It's exactly how you manage risk and reward right there.
Awesome. And now I don't need that one to work, because look, the SPY trade, that one's starting to cook to the downside. ACAN, we're still in this one holding because it respected the levels and it's acting really nice. So I don't feel like I have to micromanage it, right? In fact, I'm going to add a little bit if it gives me one more wick down to the 9 moving average, which looks really constructive. That is 20, what is this at? 2660-ish, somewhere around there. Just trying to get a little bit more exposure, and the stop is going to be, I'm going to cancel this other limit order because that simply is not.
Oh, here comes new lows on the SPY. Come on, give us 708 already. Love it.
Show me money. All right, I should also take a little, or be ready to take a little off UPRO here. And ACAN is starting to work here. I think perhaps.
Tease earnings. I didn't get filled on my order. We can do some little bit of teasing of earnings like toward the end of this, because we did just have KDR highlights. I like it. KDR highlights. Is Amazon good to go in? Now, I'm in Amazon from 22-23. So, yes, I would say yes. I think it's going to 300. Do you want to get in now before earnings? I would say I think it's still going up. I think it's going to have great earnings. I think it's going to pop regardless of whatever the earnings are. I think we continue to pop up. Now, that's just my foresight of what I feel and how the chart looks. Go over to our Discord. We over on our Discord, I think Joe put those out earlier. Kind of the Super Bowl of earnings, essentially, that we put together a little play sheet for you guys that you can look into. Amazon's, Meta earnings, Google's, right, Microsoft, so you guys get a little insight on what to be looking for on the earnings and what to maybe possibly expect as well. So being on our Discord is always huge as well. So that was put out a little bit earlier too by Joe over on the Discord. So those are the two things I would say is A, yes, in my opinion, it's going up. B, do you really want to get in though now? I'd wait for a pullback. At some point it will have a pullback. And then C, you need to be on the Discord because we put a little, which we'll go over in Power Hour before the earnings actually does come out for you guys. Steve, Jesse, and Mr. Michael Noss will be breaking down, of course, and giving their own insight on what they feel for earnings. And again, today, big day between Google, with Amazon, both the Googles, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. Lots and lots and lots of money and lots of movement to be had here coming up in the closing bell onward. But so yes, Amazon good to go. I'd wait for a pullback though. I'd wait for a pullback.
I might have to get out of my short here because Powell did just say, I plan to keep a low profile as governor. He will serve as governor. So will that save the market here? I've got my stop over that swing high. That was a strong candle though. So might have to take a little bit of a
like
loss.
Roller coaster right now. Down, up, down, up, down, up. I mean, the moves over this hour, we've literally gone down hard, up, and down, now up again. So we have done 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, and 1, 2, 3 ups.
Powell also saying rate guidance question, much closer thing than in March. Okay. So rate cut before year end is no longer the more likely outcome according to Polymarket. That just dipped under 50%, now sitting at 44. That's a minus 16% move on the day on that Polymarket poll there. Interesting stuff. Let's think about this.
About 1 minute, if it's a 5-minute resumption time for RDAC, RDAC should be going live in a little less than a minute right now. That would be putting it at 49.11, 49 after 11 seconds. Resumption price looking like a gap down to right around 19.
Any interest in touching this short, or do you need to wait to see further confirmation first?
Yeah, I'm going to wait for this to reset now. You know, we want that squeeze to happen. I let this reset. Now, if you're looking for a bounce play, I still like this back at 16. So because again, how long, I always look at too with this in the short side of things, how long have this shorts worked today? Well, the only real decent shorts have worked for very little time. And so this isn't one of the ones I probably at this point in the day want to go short. This is one where I still want to look to go long. If we're still up and away, still way more green than red. The green has lasted longer than the red's lasted. So when I look at the battle versus green and red, green's lasted and went up more. So that makes me want to move away from wanting to short it and look to go long. And look at this, right out of the gate, we're popping right back on up a little bit. So you can see where traders want this. It's like they're still wanting this to go up to like our levels we were talking about. So long as it holds that 16 mark into power hour, I think this play is still going to be on high watch for, I'm not kidding, still new high of day if we hold 16. Obviously, if we hold anything higher than that, it's 100% on watch for new high of day for RDAC. Now, hopefully, I doubt it does, wake up the small cap sector. It might. We got AKAN last Wednesday. Come Thursday, had nothing. And that's what we're looking at, AKAN again. So in my opinion, we're going to see the same thing as usual. XTLBs of the world, your slow and steady movers that maybe saw in pre-market, we're looking at them, but they're not moving up a lot. I don't think it's going to wake up like, oh boy, here we go again. It's these type of movers. AKAN last Wednesday, we weren't even looking at it, and then it kind of squeezed out of nowhere. Today, RDAC. Only reason I luckily was looking at it because it was a slower pre-market and there wasn't a lot to look at, and it was one play that was up on the gappers list that I luckily did look at, then looked at the daily and said, oh yeah, I remember you guys. This is like pizza. Like I said, usually, again, I've said this, I show you a picture of a pizza, you go, that's a pizza. I show you a butterfly, that's a butterfly. Whatever that little test thing is, like if I showed you this, what is this right here, Steve? What is that called?
Oh, give me 1 sec. I need to put an emergency stop on this because it looks like it is going to potentially squeeze out the top. I'm trying to find the headline here. We got a Putin warned U.S. against new military action in Iran in Trump call. Okay, so Putin's warning us not to be militarily not cool. Interesting. Fed Powell also saying number seeing hike as likely as a cut has moved up. So he's also saying the number of officials who would support a change to the neutral bias has increased, and a shift from easing bias may occur as early as next week. So, I'm sorry, next meeting. Apologies. So, market is trying to rip off this, at least hold off of this. I want to see if it can make the structure break, sweep me out of my trade, and sweep this stop. I'm also going to get stopped out on AKAN here, it looks like. Not my afternoon, but it's just a numbers game, guys. Rather be down 50 off 3 missed trades because I know I can make a lot more than 50 off 1 green one.
Meta, what do you think about that? We're getting asked that. Boosted Red Sport says thoughts on Meta long through earnings tonight. What are your thoughts on Meta? I like Amazon. It's kind of my pick of the boat of the day, as far as at least for me and where I feel and having some generality of where it's going and how I feel and have some confidence in that. What you say about Meta? I have levels, and I'd say Meta over 690, watch for an explosion. Back under 650, watch for a dumperooski. But like we saw last time, we could see crazy liquidation event. We sell off hard, 30, 40 points down to 640. Next thing you know, we fly all the way back up to 740. We're almost in the exact same spot. No lie. Go back to when we had earnings back in January the 28th. The high of the day was 677. The low of the day was 666. The open was 674. Yeah. Where are we at right now? That exact same day is happening again. So it could be that where you see a crazy move down and we go flying up, or even vice versa, where we go up to 700, reverse, and come all the way back down to say 600. This is one of those ones that's crazy. Go ahead.
No, I love the analysis. I just wanted to pull it up on this full chart here to just show, not even just since last earnings, going back to the previous earnings, wherever it was, or probably around here.
Yes.
We have just been locked in at this level, and the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking that a beat could really send us ripping through this. For me, I like the 680 handle. That seems like a reasonable place that if it sweeps above that, it'll run these stops, and it can just be a powder keg up to that 720 at least area there. So seeing the sellers, or at least a level right there, and that's what I'd like to see transact. I don't have my earnings, the measured moves yet. I'm going to be calculating those in about 5 minutes when we go off for half an hour before these big earning streams. But we will be looking for, I believe, a move that is a 6% move. That sounds very reasonable. And to the downside, you could be seeing a potential for this 575 level to be retransacted. We gapped up from there. This was a huge high volume node, and the only other real places of interest between them are going to be the 600 level proper and 620, which is also a large gamma level. So these are your kind of areas to shoot for to the downside or to the upside. In terms of the actual print and what we're looking for, we'll be getting you all of that information in just about half an hour. So definitely don't turn that dial, guys. Just like gun to my head before I really go through everything, I want to be bullish on Meta.
Well,
but it's going to have to
flag. I mean, if you think about the pop up and the chart we're in now, we're in a nice tight flag. It does seem like it wants to squeeze. Again, go back to last earnings and what we did. We're in the same kind of thing where we were popping up off a flag. We built a bull flag with the pole and a flag in it. This pole's a little bit longer and the flag's a little bit longer and bigger. I would say watch for this to squeeze. I wouldn't be surprised, and mark my words, and you can come back. I wouldn't be surprised if we get up and get through 700 and hold. This in after hours could see, like you said, 720. I wouldn't be surprised to see 740, 750. And then to the bottom side, I like your area sub 600 would be the potential long-term wise on the bottom side if for whatever reason we get that rug pull. Amazon, just so before we get off, I'll do my take. Amazon, I have this, it's hitting 300. Put it on your calendar. It's like Arm and my boy over there, Steve. You can lock this one into 300 and pin it in. I love a pullback if you're looking to get in. I love the 245 mark, the 240 mark. I don't know that we see that again, especially if we squeeze up today. Let's go over to GOOG. I usually just do the G, but you can
I can't keep up.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Wait, one sec, Josh.
No,
let me just show the level you're talking.
I'm a million miles. That's how fast I do the levels. So yeah. So
well,
I think that
I can keep up, but my computer can't.
You're okay. You're exactly. Yeah, the Amazon there, I like that bull flag. So you can see it's very. It looks like it's going to squeeze. Now, if we come back down, I like the 245, 240 area. That looks like we could get down into. And even today, maybe possibly look at the last earnings. We went from around the 230s overall, 220s or whatever, all the way down to 200. So you could see that potential. I just think we go up, and so I would, I just think that's my vibe on Amazon. Google, same thing. I think this goes all-time high. I think this squeezes up, goes up to 370, 380 area, honestly, today with earnings. If it's bad and we come down, I'd be looking for dip buys. I would love Google back down at 300. I'd love Google back down at 275, 280. I just don't think that's happening. I think we squeeze, and this is a play that's going to be locked in and geared in for 400 as we move up, whether it's today in the earnings and over the next couple of weeks or so. And then Microsoft, again, yet another play here off the lows building a bull flag. I think this play, if we get up through 435, I talked about this earlier, you're seeing 460 today. You might even see 465. The key area back down below for me is 410. If we sweep back below that, we're going to see back down in the 380s, maybe even where we came from in the 360s. So that's just my take on levels and just going back and doing my percentages and how much we move and where we're at now and how volatile we are in the market. I think you guys are going to have so much fun today. I might even jump in for a second when I get a little time because I'm busy this afternoon actually, and I know y'all have it covered anyway, but may just scare you and just jump in for a minute. Like, whoa, who's this new boy? Oh, who is this? And I'm like, hey, y'all having fun or what? And it's going to be fun. I think you're going to see a lot of good movement, big time movement today in the after hours, and I can't wait to watch it.
Love it, Josh. Yeah, hope to be spooked by a mid-giant candle on Amazon or something here. Just All right. But
that'll be it. Yeah. If I see Amazon at 280, like I called for my morning alerts, which that's the top side, it may go down. But I said 280, 285. within touch of maybe the next few days after that, trying to push that 300, then seeing that pullback. So yeah, if we see Amazon in the 280s, 285s, you better believe you're like, well, just in the back of your head, go, damn it, Josh is going to be scaring us any minute now. Where's he at? I got to look.
I'm gonna be checking my 12 or my 6. Yeah, checking my 6.
Checking your 6, buddy. Got to check your 6 there.
Hopefully, I'm checking my 12. All right, Microsoft here. I just want to point out how critical this level is and the angle of this pennant, this pinnacle here. So we were talking on our RDAC about the same kind of thing on a 1-minute chart. It's got to break one way or the other, right? RDAC ran my stops down because it was a pretty aggressive angle like this. So it's got some work to do to keep this momentum, and it's going to have to really squeeze and post good results. So the levels I'm watching before I have the measured moves and all of that for you is this 442 to 450 zone. That's going to be where the gatekeepers of the gap, the guardians of the gap live. If the bears can hold that line, then this thing it's just weird structure that I don't know. It's not high probability for me. If there's a big rejection off this 450 to 442 zone, I would expect us not to get that high, unless like maybe the numbers were good, but the guide was terrible or something. In general, though, I think that this could use a little bit of a washout, whether it's to 404. I would really like 400. That might be a good setup for us to look for a fade off of a failed breakout through this uptrend line, and then fading that down to the 400 level. That's also a little bit of a gap fill there. Yep. So that's what I'm seeing on Microsoft. One of the clearest setups in terms of either I think it squeezes and it's got a pretty big target here, or it's going to have a tough time, and it's got this low volume node here at 406 that's going to be a pull. The 410 is a good place to take profit as well, or you can wait for that 400 handle. I think all are feasible because that's a 7.5% move. So that's Microsoft. Did we miss any? I think we
got them all.
Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google.
Yeah, got them.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Another one. Yeah, so I got another one too. A lot of people are interested in Amazon, which I love it. So we got another one with Amazon, MSGashGashko. I'd say wait for a pullback. Do you want to buy here at all-time highs? If so, and you want to trade earnings, and I know a lot of people do, it's fun. Big movement, right? That's why I love trading the RDACs of the world or whatever. Go small. Go 10 shares. Do something manageable that's not going to blow your account. Don't do options. Do shares. Then add to it as if maybe you can add to it along the way. Otherwise, if you really want to stab at this and get something that's meatier as far as more shares, wait for a pullback. Wait for this, like the areas I talked about. Maybe it comes back down and it's bad today, and maybe I'm wrong and it comes down to the 245 mark. We come down to the 230 mark that I'd like, but we may not. And so, and if you want to play that, like, well, we may not, Josh. We may not get down that low again. Well, again, like I said, if you want to trade and play earnings, like we're going to have some fun here later on the live stream and doing, either get a trade the pool account, go get you an eval. That way it won't do nothing to hurt you. Or you go, if you want to do your own money, you just go small. So those would be the two things. And again, go over to our Discord. Our Discord always has great information day in, day out. Thanks to Joe and everyone else to contributing there, and whoever else does contribute. Like I said, I try to do a little bit over there. We have a huge rundown and play sheet as far as what we're doing and looking for, and we'll be going over that on the after hour stream here, which again will be in right about 30 minutes from now. If you're looking for our Discord, I think we should have the link over on the description for the day and links down below. If not, Joe or Ayush, anyone listening, put that Discord link out there. Yes, thank you, Boosted Red Sport. I unfortunately don't have the share capabilities over on, at least not yet on the Discord. Hopefully soon I'll get the sharing power, but I'll make sure we get that link out there, Boosted Red Sport. We'll get someone to get that out there soon. We need to put that, and I'll even say, hey, I say every hour, and I'm going to tell Carlo and the guys that every hour on the top of the hour we should, just put all the links out there so traders can't miss it. It's just always there for them. So yeah, Boosted Red Sport, good information over on Discord. I'll make sure we get that link out there for you soon, brother. So there's our lunch recap. Hopefully you guys love it. We do it Monday, we do it Wednesday, we do it on Friday. Come join us for lunch on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Me and Steve break the plays down. Small caps, large caps, we do it all here. And again, go get you an eval and trade the pool. And how about the earnings? I forgot the earnings challenge too. We have the earnings challenge today. I'll put that link out there. Where is that link? I put that link out there earlier. I can put that out there right now. So go vote. You've got a little bit longer to go vote. So let me copy that, and I can come over here to this, and then we can go over to this, and then go put TTP daily. Let's call earning report challenge.
And I'm going to try it live here, Josh, because I'm not sure if this goes live when we go live in half an hour for the power hour or not. So we can find out in just a second here.
All right.
There is that link. Of course, it's unclickable for me.
I know. We'll copy and paste it. I just put it in the chat over so you can copy and paste that. And if hopefully that will, or you can even go to when you right click on it, and that'll take you over to it. Oh, and it says site can't be reached. So I don't know why. That's the link that I had from. It opened up for me. It opened up for me over on my Discord when I clicked on it. That's very odd.
What I can tell you for sure, guys, is we will have a workable link for you when we start talking about it, and in half an hour here, and that is when I believe the votes actually are going to be going live. So we'll have a half an hour to vote on where we are going to end up by the end of the stream. So guys, thank you so much. Thank you, Josh. It's always a pleasure.
And it's Google. Today is Google. So Google, Microsoft are the two that you can go vote on. You have up until 10 minutes, or I forgot when it is. So yeah, we have 45 minutes left. 45 minutes left. 46 minutes left to be exact, to get the votes in. Yeah, we'll get a workable link there for you guys coming up soon.
Perfect. Awesome. We will be back, or at least I will be back shortly with Michael Noss and Jesse, and maybe a special appearance from Josh. Don't turn that dial. Take care, guys.
See ya. Got it, brother?
You got this guy? Oh, perfect. Beat me to it.
Yeah, I clicked it. I just make sure I didn't know. I was like, yeah, I got it real quickly. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, hopefully we'll get some. I'll text the guys out there real quickly and make sure that they put those links out there, because yeah, that's just something we gotta have out there all the time. We need to get those links out there every hour on the hour. In my opinion, that'd help out the traders too. So yeah, bro. Well, hey, take your quick little break. I know you got a lot of yapping to do coming up soon, and I will surprise you. I just know that Amazon's going, baby. So I'll be surprising you soon.
All right, I'll look forward to it, man.
Later, bub.
Always good chatting with you. See you soon.
another charting part lesson, charting here with the large caps. We did small caps already. This will be more mid cap to large caps, how to chart them, what to use, and I'll go over like a mid cappy play and I'll go over a large cap play. How to find levels, what you're wanting to look for, what time frames
just keep